Deputy Speaker.
Let us pray. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote in the interests of our people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodigheid wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelele elizwe letu, de bantu balo, omesile ukulunga kipondo letu. Nkosi sikelele I Afrika, tina bantuano bayo, kokela inkokeli zayo, inike ukolo I Afrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. Order. Good morning, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press. Today we will be using the hybrid model for the sitting of the House, and we trust that all our honourable members are connected and are able to hear me. All members here that are present are both here in the chamber and via Microsoft Teams of all the privileges and immunities imparted by the law. For the purpose of this sitting, via the hybrid model, language translation services are available both in the chamber as per normal and on Microsoft Teams via their respective channels, and members must please use their second device, such as a cell phone, to access those translations. As ruled by the presiding officer in the sitting of the House on 23 April 2020, no interjections shall be permitted during the debate. In this regard, I also wish to draw the attention of honourable members to Rule 40 of our standing rules. Before I begin with the order of the day, I would like to recognise the Honourable Peter Murray, who is in the chambers today with his lovely headgear in the House today, and thereby continuing a very old tradition where a well-respected senior member in terms of years, with all respect, Honourable Murray, wears a hat on the last sitting of the day of our annual session. The person wearing the hat is fondly referred to as the father of the House in this instance, Honourable Murray, or a mother of the House, should it be a female member. And it epitomizes the traditions of all that is good and noble about Parliament and its members. Honourable Murray may rise, and I see he's standing, and thankfully and respectfully lift his hat to the colleagues in the chamber and those who attend our sitting in our virtual platform. Thank you, Honourable Murray, and if you want to say a few words, you're welcome to do so.
A bit emotional because I didn't know this were before me, but I want to remind members of our role and our duty in this House. I have prepared something and I just can't seem to find it now here, but I want to tell members, I was going to quote Ecclesiastes. There is a time to be born and a time to die. A time to kill, a time to heal, a time to tear down, and a time to build. There are too many of us who want to tear down and kill. Too few of us this time do not want to reconcile, do not want to heal. The hearts of man, moreover, are full of evil, no love, and there's madness in their hearts while they lived, and afterwards they are dead. Anyone who's among the living has hope. I have hope. They say a live dog is better than a dead lion because the memory of the dead is forgotten. Their love, their hate, and their jealousy, everything is forgotten. Wisdom is better than weapons of war. Wisdom is better than strength in numbers. Let us all ask God for wisdom rather than weapons or relying on our numerical strength. It's a pleasure being in this house, and I know we are going to work together in the interest of all the people of this province. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Murray, for those lovely words. Thank you very, very much. I would also like to move on to a ruling that I would like to deliver right now in terms of yesterday's proceedings. Will the Honourable Member Kleho please rise in his place? Pursuant to the adoption by the House of the report on the Conduct Committee on your failure to submit your members' disclosure forms timeously, I hereby reprimand you for the breaching paragraph 11.2 of the Code of Conduct for members of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Members have to abide by the principles, rules, and obligations set out in the Code of Conduct, and your failure to do so is a serious transgression. I trust that as a member, you will learn from this experience and you will not be found wanting in this regard in the future. You may take your seat. Thank you. With that, I will now proceed to the orders of the day. I will ask the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
Vote for Community Safety, Western Cape Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill B7 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I recognize the Honourable Minister Fritz, and with that, Minister, it's a great pleasure having you here this morning and hoping that your health is on full recovery.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier and Cabinet colleagues, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable members of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, all virtual guests, citizens of the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, I want to begin by acknowledging those who have and who continue to serve on the front line amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Last week, Premier Buindi announced that the province is experiencing a resurgence of COVID-19 infections. More than ever, we need to continue reinforcing the positive behavioral change that we have learned in our fight against COVID-19. Today, I speak as a statistic, as one of that statistics of infected people in the province, and we have seen how this statistic is just rising and rising. We must do so much to protect the very same frontline workers that I've just acknowledged. They are at the cold face, and we must continue washing our hands, practicing social distancing, and wearing masks. That there is a safer space to work in. By protecting our frontline workers, we are also protecting important institutions like our healthcare systems, our food security, and our police services. Most importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, by continuing to practice this important behavior, we protect our grandfathers and grandmothers, our parents, and those loved ones who may be vulnerable and at risk at the moment. To come to the adjusted budget allocation, the Department of Community Safety adjusted budget is born with this in mind. We have reimagined and reshaped many of our programs to respond to the pandemic. As Minister Mainier outlined in his medium-term budget speech, we are delivering a budget to bounce back in the Western Cape. When Premier Windy detailed the recovery plan that last month, he spoke about the courage and the brave decisions we must take in the interest of our citizens. The safety plan was a brave decision when we launched it. The safety plan has become an integral part of the overall recovery plan of this province, led by the Premier and the Cabinet. My department is playing a part in the recovery plan by responding to and overseeing the safety priorities. Despite the province having less money now, we will continue to implement the brave safety plan. The first adjusted budget estimate, which aimed to mitigate against the impact of COVID-19, has revised its original allocations of 804 million to 776 million for the 2020-21 financial year. The current second adjustment process has resulted in an allocation of 784 million to the department, and I am pleased to announce that this represents a nominal increase of 1.08 or 8.369 million rand. Speaker, allow me to unpack the various programs that have been allocated in terms of this budget and explain how they will continue towards the safety of residents in this province. So the first part is our peace officers. Premier Windy previously announced that my department will be training and deploying an additional 120 peace officers in the coming financial year. Through this adjustment budget, my department has allocated 2 million towards its implementation. Our safety ambassadors is the second component. The department has received 20 million towards the implementation of the safety ambassador program. The safety ambassador program is born of the school safety ambassador program and will build on its success. It is not to be confused with the deployment of lead law enforcement officers. Going forward, Madam Deputy Speaker, the 1,000 new recruits will not only operate in schools and municipalities, they will also work in their communities. As we are experiencing a resurgence in COVID-19, safety ambassadors will assist with in the communities in complying with COVID-19 safety protocols and regulations. The safety ambassadors will also work with area-based teams on targeted violence prevention interventions with a focus on youth. Deputy Speaker, in line with the DA-led government's focus on improving job opportunities, I'm determined that our safety ambassadors program will not simply dispense stipends and handouts to youth and to young people. They will be recruited through a fair and open process and must prove that they both want to be safety ambassadors and that they have a willingness to learn. We are not going to encourage the ANC culture of entitlement. The placement will last 12 months and will allow safety ambassadors to simultaneously develop valuable skills. The training program will be coordinated in line with the Chrysalis Academy best practice and will incorporate several elements of its 3-month residential program. The area-based team model. The adjusted budget will also use in the establishment of the area-based team. Area-based teams are the institutional bedrock of the safety plan and are being implemented within our crime hotspots. They will also bring together all key provincial government departments, their City of Cape Town counterparts, SAPs, and other stakeholders. The department has allocated 2 million towards the implementation of the area-based team model through the adjusted budget. It is currently being implemented in a Novapark and will be further rolled out to the Kailicha, Nyanga, Bishop Lavis, and Delft. It will also be, and it will be later extended to 5 more murder hotspot areas based on our data analysis. The implementation of the area-based teams model is already beginning to yield positive results for the community of Hanover Park. The redeployment of 60 LEAP officers who are working closely with the local SAPs under the very capable station commander, Colonel Fredericks, has seen a remarkable reduction in violence in that area. I wish to acknowledge the many role players who are implementing the area-based team model in the Novapark, including the Department of Health, the City of Cape Town, Councillor Antonio van der Rede, SAPS, and the Western Cape Economic Development Partnership. Let it be on record that there is no competition between LEAD and SAPS. SAPS must take the lead in fighting gangs and fighting crime as prescribed by the rule of law in South Africa. In turn, we will continue to building partnerships. It is juvenile and misleading for the ANC to argue otherwise. The Neighbourhood Watch and community police forums. In implementing area-based teams, we will include all area safety partners and stakeholders to establish and to ensure that the model takes a holistic and bottom-up approach to safety. Key partnerships will include our Neighbourhood Watch and community police forums, in different areas. I'm pleased to note that the SAPs have lifted the moratorium on CPF elections, and that electoral agents will now begin to go, and it's underway at the moment. This will continue the important work in bridging the gap between the community and the police continue to be unabated. In terms of the Neighbourhood Watch projects, the adjusted budget has seen increases from 3.2 million to 4.2 million from the previous adjusted budget. This is, a 0.989 million increase. Neighbourhood Watch resourcing has decreased with 6.5 million to 5.8 million. The adjusted budget will further see a decrease in the CPF budget from the 0.948 to 0.616 million. Law Enforcement Advancement Plan, Deputy Speaker, in February 2020, we deployed the first tranche of the 500 law enforcement officers or LEAP officers together with the City of Cape Town. I'm pleased to announce that we will be training and deploying an additional 500 law enforcement officers to further assist us in our aim of halving the murder rate of our next 10 years. Through the adjusted budget, the LEAP allocations will remain the same at 417 million, which will include the recruitment and deployment of 1,000 learner law enforcement officers or LEAP officers. Now, the redistribution of funds. To ensure the Western Cape government continues in its efforts to innovate and provide service delivery excellence, the department is redistributing approximately 2.1 million to other departments. In total, 1.6 million will go towards assisting the Department of Premier in the development of software systems for safety projects. A further 500,000 rand has been shifted to the Department of Finance and Economic Development for the Western Cape Economic Development Partnership, the EDP, funds for safety initiatives, and then compensation of employees. In total, the department has realigned the compensation of employees budget by surrendering a net amount of 13.3 million to the Provincial Revenue Fund. The own revenue was also realigned and was reduced to 469,000 to 292,000. This represents a reduction of 177,000, which constitutes the item staff debt and recovery of revenue from previous financial years. Concluding remarks. As I conclude, I want to again highlight the increase in funds for the safety and provincial safety functions program. The program's budget has increased from 469.8 million to 494.8 million, which amounts to an increase of 25.1 million. This increase will ultimately enable the department to drive the Western Cape Safety Plan forward through the implementation of area-based teams, peace officers, and safety ambassador projects. While I'm grateful that the department has received an additional, has received an increase to fully implement the safety plan, we are operating amid a severely constrained economic environment and severe budget cuts. I am under no illusion that and know that we must deliver and ensure that this allocation achieves its intended purposes. As a province, we are committed to having the murder rate over the next 10 years through a range of law enforcement and violence prevention interventions. Combine these will ensure that we will and that we address crime where and when it happens. Lastly, Deputy Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and welcome the appointment of Advocate Yasina Pillay as the new head of department of my Department of Community Safety. I can think of no better person to have at the helm of the department as his chief accounting officer, and as we enter the next phase of implementing the safety plan. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now recognise Honourable Member Kama.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, let me greet the MEC and the members in the House, and especially Member Marais. Deputy Speaker, the budget estimates are to fund the first year of the 5-year strategic plan 2020-2025. The plan's situation analysis recognizes that poverty and social inequality are known key drivers of violence. It draws a direct link between poverty, inequality, and violent crimes. As COVID-19 ravaged the world's poor, stripping them of their livelihoods and sources of income, we can only expect it to contribute to high crime rate. Despite declining crime levels in the country, the Western Cape maintained the #1 spot for murders and gender-based violence in the country in the first quarter of 2020-2021, with Philippi East and Delft recording the most murders and rapes respectively. The Western Cape also recorded the largest portion of drug-related crime in the country. This is due to the subsequent increase in inequality and unemployment resulting from COVID-19, as observed by the provincial government in the MTBPS. In the few months, the Western Cape resembled a war zone and a mafia state, where mass murders in Khayelitsha, Nyanga, Gugulethu, Elsis, Hout Bay, and other crime hotspot areas were reported on a daily basis. It is not surprising that the top 10 murder stations in the Western Cape remain unchanged and continue to be concentration camps that contribute most murders. The Western Cape situation will remain unchanged until the province addresses the broader societal issues which are root causes. The 5-year strategic plan identified growth and jobs empowering people and mobility, and spatial transformation as the immediate focus areas which will result in safer Western Cape. There is nothing in the budget which comes near to addressing these issues. There is no political will to release available pockets of land for spatial integration. There is no desire to improve mobility in informal settlements. The DA is a party that seeks to sustain white privileges and pay lip service to the disparities of the poor. What we need is the provincial government to exercise oversight over the SAPs while also addressing causative factors of crime. The honest reality is that the DA is not really affected by crime in poor areas. The party is only concerned about the image it brings to the eyes of the world. The biggest increase for the department on this budget is under Program 3, as the MEC has said, which 26.9 million set aside for safety partnerships. These include allocations for implementation of area-based teams, the training and placement of peace officers, and for the implementation of safety ambassadors project. We have to ask how many of these, or what will be the impact of these in the 10 meta precincts in the province? Sorry. And how will the safety ambassadors contribute in the fight to reduce crime in the province and murder rate? The Western Cape Safety Plan aims to halve the murder rate in 10 years. The strategic plan said that this would be done through partnership agreement with the City of Cape Town, namely the Law Enforcement Advanced Plan, which will oversee the funding, recruitment, training, and deployment of 3,000 law enforcement officers over the next 5 years. The first 500 officers were recruited, trained, and deployed in February to the areas where they were most needed. The second group of officers were expected to be appointed in July 2020 to increase law enforcement visibility and to improve service delivery in the fight against crime. This has not happened, and the department owes the people an explanation for this. The number has also been cut from 3,000 to only 8,000 with no explanation. The MEC owes us an explanation as to why the plan was changed. We want to know what are the bottlenecks in the process. I have been contacted by many officers who cried that they were trained, they have completed training but are not deployed. Another concern, Deputy Speaker, with the safety plan is that LEAP officers are made toy soldiers of JP Smith and only used to harass and evict people residing in informal settlements in the middle of a pandemic. When will the department finalize the process of amending the Western Cape Community Safety Act so that the Western Cape Police Ombudsman can have an oversight powers over this JP's army? The Western Cape has 8 stations in the top 30 gender-based violence hotspots nationally. Yet there is nothing in the budget about the safety of women and other vulnerable groups. Given the challenges with GBV, one expected a partnership with Department of Social Development that will ensure victim-friendly rooms have social workers which are available at all times in all our police precincts in the province. It is a cause for serious concern that the budget of the community safety police relations, which deals mainly with the CPFs, has been cut again this year. Lastly, the department contributes to Provincial VIP2 growth and jobs through the deployment of EPWP learners to its projects. One example is the Youth Safety Religion Partnership Program. In the program, the department partners and funds faith-based organizations in communities around the Western Cape to conduct holiday programs for youth and make sure that we keep these young people out of crime in these periods. I have been contacted by various faith-based organizations complaining that the department has cancelled the projects for the December holidays. This is after these churches were made to plan because contracts had already been signed. They planned out of their funds that they would have a program this December, and they received a communique that the program is going ahead. And only 5 days ago, they were told that the HOD and the MEC have agreed to cancel this program for this December with no explanation that has been given to them. On top of this, the department surrendered 13.4 million for compensation of employees to the Provincial Revenue Fund. Moreover, 1.9 million mainly for filling of vacancies has been taken away from the Western Cape Police Ombudsman that has always complained about staff shortages. The ANC would have wanted to support this bill as we have and still commit ourselves to be an opposition that is responsive and effective. But because we're dealing with a government that is obsessed with being seen to be doing something or moving forward, even if it were to be moving in the wrong direction, the ANC therefore can't support the budget vote of community safety. What we need is a deliberate effort from this government, not to always, when they make plans, always talk about the ANC. The ANC is not governing in the Western Cape. The people of the Western Cape have given the Democratic Alliance an opportunity to govern for now, and you have a responsibility to do that, than to waste time by mentioning the ANC, comparing yourselves to the ANC. The ANC is an opposition in this province and is doing well to make sure that it holds the government accountable. So we will only support a budget that will resemble a government that is deliberate in its effort to make sure that it creates a safe province for women and all the people of this province. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kama. I now recognize Honourable Kleho.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And also honors to Honorable Mare for his day and age in our house. The DA has a very bad tendency of shifting goalposts every time they want to, or they present their budget votes here, of blaming the ANC government at the national level. We have heard from speaker after speaker of the DA-led administration telling us about anything else other than the bailout of the SAA. While it is noticeable that within the underspending as a result of not filling these posts, which makes the budget to increase of 8.3 million in the recent budget unreasonable. More than 13 million, which was initially reserved for job opportunities, is now surrendered to the Provincial Revenue Fund. Instead of capacitating itself with human and skills resources so that it can achieve its aim of promoting professional policing through effective oversight, the department is doing the opposite. The results of such failures is intensification of crime in the province. The same public spaces that the department promised to promote safety in are war zones, as shootings are the order of the day in spaces such as Cape Town Taxi Rank, Belleville, Nyanga, Kaelicha, and Paarl, to say the least. The less said about the safety plan, the better, as it is nothing but a myth, which is its introducers are also beginning to doubt. In townships, residents are at the mercy of the Moradin gangs and criminals who enter homes and business to demand protection fees. Some of these gangs are also in collaboration with the very same police. The Democratic Alliance government has failed to keep the people of the Western Cape safe. All they do is to throw millions of rands into the drain via the backward safety policies, which are out of touch with the realities on the ground, including the community policing forums that are being used for factional political positioning in the community. Our people are currently fighting over these community CPF positions through the factional battles that are being created by the Democratic Alliance. We do not support this vote. Thank you very much, Deputy
Thank
Speaker.
you very much, Honourable Kleho. I recognize Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, safety for all of us is a priority, and I think we all agree on that. But Deputy Speaker, as the Department of Community Safety continue to give more money for peace officers in municipality, also money for the LEAP officers in the city of Cape Town, This cannot be done without oversight by this provincial parliament, and the Community Safety Act must be amended so that we can have oversight to see how the money is spent. Secondly, Deputy Speaker, neighborhood watchers in crime hotspots should be given more. Our poor and vulnerable communities is in dire need for safety. Give those neighborhood watch members more. And again, I call on the MEC, I call again for life cover to be given to neighborhood watchers that's on duty. The ACDP support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I recognise Honourable Allen.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, how we spend our money says a lot about ourselves. It speaks to our needs and priorities and preferences. Similarly, the same remarks can be made with regard to the spending of government. So when comparing the spending of the Western Cape government on the Department of Community Safety and the spending of national government on the South African Police Service during the respective second adjustment budgets for 2020, the priorities to the respective governments are clear and very unfortunate considering Pretoria's tabled budget. With the South African Police Service cutting its budget, it comes at a time when the majority of South Africans feel increasingly unsafe in their communities, even unsafe in their own homes due to the escalating levels of violence and crime in our country. Deputy Speaker, it is high time that the ANC government devolve policing to the dear provincial government so that we can really fix the many problems. The Western Cape can indeed be the safest province in our country should National devolve policing to a capable government. Deputy Speaker, I am aware of the many excellent police officers within our province and country, but I'm also deeply concerned about the high levels of criminality and corruption within the South African Police Service. Just last month, the SAP's National Deputy Commissioner was charged, found guilty and dismissed in connection with 200 million rand tender fraud related to a 2017 procurement of police emergency warning equipment. In addition, Deputy Speaker, the SAPS has for years been plagued by what appears to be systematic corruption and criminality. Recent examples include reports on one of the officers involved in the killing of 16-year-old Nathaniel Julie. Further examples is the several instances of corruption and bribery during the lockdown, serious allegations of SAPS corruption leading to the death of top cop Saul Kinnear. There's been media reports indicating at least 56 million was illegally siphoned off the police budget in just one matter involving 8 high-ranking SAPS members who were arrested pre-dawn raid in June 2020. Also, another example, the fact that at national level, nearly 100 officials have been doing business with SAPS between 2014 and 2019, despite it being illegal. The 20 most lucrative contracts amounted to nearly 6.8 million. Speaker, I say this because I believe that policing should be increasingly devolved, not centralized, in order to effectively fight crime. Deputy Speaker, the identification of policing needs and priorities is a constitutional requirement, and I quote, it is meant to influence the allocation, distribution, and utilization of policing and safety resources in line with the identified policing needs and priorities and safety concerns. For the benefit of the House and various stakeholders and the public at large, I wish to briefly report that the Committee on Community Safety was briefed by the Department on its 2020 PNP's Policing Needs and Priorities report, which indicated a steady rise in assault, attempted murder, common robbery, robbery with aggravating circumstances, and sexual offences. Deputy Speaker, common assault tops the list with an increase from approximately 34,000 to 39,000 cases over the last 10 years. Even more shocking is the fact that the Western Cape murder ratio per 100,000 of the population is 61% higher compared on a national level during the last financial year. Deputy Speaker, I don't think I have to remind the House again that I highlighted the negative 6% gap between provincial and national policing resources in this regard. I will say this, that it is yet another concrete piece of evidence for the needs of more policing resources when with improved SAPS presence has shown to discourage criminal activity. In fact, one of the key findings, Deputy Speaker, in the Western Cape PNP report is that one member in this House is unfamiliar with, that no member in this House is unfamiliar with, it's more resources. And this will directly address another key finding of more visible policing. Deputy Speaker, the report shows a third of representatives sampled do not feel safe in their own homes, while the confidence of the police service is below 70%. Deputy Speaker, I put it to this House, why is it that we still do not see an increase in the SAPS budget to supplement resources and build confidence in this critical service? SAPS, as a national competency under the ANC government, voted to cut the SAPS budget despite the high levels of crime. Yet, the ANC and some other political parties here in the Western Cape has the audacity to question the relevance of the Western Cape Safety Plan at each and every opportunity when they come up with no actual solution themselves. When in fact, that the plan that the Western Cape government, it is the only hope that residents have at this stage. And I want to get back to this, but let me first get to some good news, Deputy Speaker. I firstly welcome the upward adjustment of 8.4 million to the Department of Community Safety to a total new appropriation of 784 million. This represents an increase of 25 million for provincial policing functions under Program 3, of which, Deputy Speaker, 2 million is earmarked to the implementation of area-based teams, another 2 million for the training and recruitment of peace officers, and 20 million for the implementation of safety ambassadors. Speaker, this is money spent to address the root cause of crime in our province. It is allocated to those at risk in the areas in the province where it is the most needed. Deputy Speaker, though this decrease for the department, I welcome the shift to the Department of the Premier of 1.6 million to develop software systems for safety projects to ensure that the response is data and evidence-led as promised by the Premier. Furthermore, and in particular, we should also welcome the spending on safety officers at schools, as this concern school safety features in the priorities and needs in our province as well. I commend the government for this effort. It speaks volumes about the values of accountability and responsibility of our government. Deputy Speaker, national government's wage bill is not only a threat to the entire country of our it's not only a threat to our entire country for the foreseeable future, it also drives a wedge between the need of improved safety for residents. The Department of Community Safety had to surrender a total of 13.3 million from all four of its programs to the Provincial Revenue Fund due to the reduction of the compensation of employees under national government wage freeze. Deputy Speaker, this really can only be blamed on yet another empty promise by national government during 2018 when it aimed to please its allied unions. Now it may be up to another standoff with a body that represents 1.3 million strong public sector employment base. And Deputy Speaker, we don't even have enough POPs officers for this looming strike from the public officials. Deputy Speaker, but that's not all. The freeze on the wage bill means that there's actually no more room to employ public servants, teachers, nurses, policemen and women alike. Deputy Speaker, there's simply no more money for staffing our frontline services. The ANC-led government is stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to prioritizing priorities. Deputy Speaker, this could have been prevented had we prioritized the needs of residents and not that of cadres. When watching the Zondo Commission of Inquiry closely, we see how close the ties of the African National Congress expose each other slowly for looting billions out of the state coffers under the Zuma administration. Deputy Speaker, I said yesterday that if the second quarterly stats do not speak to the needs for more boots on the ground, I'm not sure what will. Today, I have moved beyond the numbers and presented information from the comprehensive analysis by docs on what the priorities and safety is for our people in our province. Yet, I'm afraid it is only the DA-led government who is taking the plight seriously. Deputy Speaker, I support vote voting accordingly. At its Federal Congress, the DA adopted a resolution to decentralize the police service. Deputy Speaker, I think it is clear that at the provincial level where we govern, we have not only proven that we are more serious about supplementing crime-fighting initiatives, but we have also showed that we put our money where our mouth is. The best solution for defeating crime is where it happens, made clear in our Western Cape Safety Plan, which has already started to reap fruits in various gang-ridden areas. And I welcome the adjustment to see this plan through for our people, since it is clear that national government is out of touch with the reality of South Africans despite the many years of governance. In closing, Deputy Speaker, I wish to thank the Minister for his leadership and further commend the department and Advocate Pillay, the newly appointed HOD, and all officials for their dedication. I also wish to thank all the members of this committee for their commitment and robust engagement. And last but not least, Deputy Speaker, a special thanks to our procedural officer, Mr. Wasim Matthews, as well as our assistant, Mary Ann Burgess, for their assistance to the committee. It is highly appreciated. I say again, I support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Minister Fritz.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to start off by just also reiterating the fact that we have an amazing team within the Department of Community Safety, from all our chief directors, all our CFO within the department, everyone, and all, and all the people working within the department. It is really a department where people organically contribute to the bigger picture, and they're all part of the bigger picture. So I just want to pay absolute, I want to acknowledge them this morning and really say, you know, we are proud of you. And I think with this new HOD and the innovations you already showed in the last 6 months, I think we're just going to move from place to place. And I think a lot of what Honorable Kama said is so predictable and critical. You know, he wants me now to give land. I don't know where I must get land. You must stop arranging protest actions that creates more havoc and disorder in our city and the Western Cape. And they don't adhere to anything where they apply for 100 people and then 5,000 people, 20,000 people turn up. They just don't believe anything called the rule of law. And then they come into this house and talk the most, you know, about law and order. I think it's an absolute absurdity. So I won't even respond to him. I also want to say to him, he must go tell the people of Hanover Park. He must go say to the people of Hanover Park. Honorable Kreko must go to the people in Hanover Park and say to them that this law enforcement and safety plan in Hanover Park is a waste of time. Because you will see on the ground what it means to people, to ordinary people, in the lives of ordinary people. And, you know, we really need to look at that. I want to say to Honorable Christians, we really, Honorable Christians, we are busy looking at the amendment of the Western Cape Community Safety Act, specifically in how we can enhance the oversight role. And I really want to say we've, even in our partnership with the Economic Development Partnership, the EDP, in how do we do the oversight when we distribute resources to municipalities? And I must say to you, I think we're on an absolute good wicket at the moment. We're doing really, and I know we're going to just be better, and it's going to continue to just do better. We will also, you know, we've said that we need to go and look at that whole principle of the insurance for neighborhood watches. And I know there's a technical legal issue around whether you are employed or not employed, but perhaps we must see what is possible, and not just wipe it off the table, but to really look at what is you know, possible. And then I really want to say, I think Honorable Allen really put he hits the nail on the head. Foundational, and no one is addressing it. Foundational in this province and specifically in our province. It's deliberately the police resourcing that's been undermined, human resourcing in terms of policing. Our POPs units, you get to see every part of resourcing is deliberately being undermined. and that's the foundations. And I think what Honorable Regan Allen has been saying is that that's why we're asking and advocating for decentralization of the police force, and that it comes back so that we can take control of it, and that we look at proper resourcing. That's the fundamental issue. That's the elephant in the room, the resourcing of police resources in the Western Cape. On that note, I really want to also just say thank you to all our role players, our NGOs, our neighborhood watchers, and everyone is always trying to play us up against sorry, play us up against the neighborhood watchers, CPFs. We work very well together with them. So all our neighborhood watchers, our CPFs, our religious bodies, you know, can I just say something? There's a COVID increase, a surge. We can't have programs in December. We can't. We are afraid of having, we've been told not to get any people gathering. And that's the reason now. We can't help it if the religious bodies is going to lose out, but we're going to have infections in this kind of space. And that's the point. It's just basic logic. Now, I don't know when people will get this into their heads, you know. So thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And again, thank you to everyone, to all the colleagues, to everyone for the support that this safety plan has. We will continue to implement the safety plan, whether people like it or not. We will just continue. And I'm talking about these people here in the house who talk a lot about it. But they phone you in the middle of the night when they have a problem around the safety plan. So thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That concludes the debate on this vote. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Vote 12, Economic Development and Tourism, Western Cape Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill B7 2020.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I now recognise the Honourable Minister Maynew.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to begin, like many of our other colleagues, by recognising the Honourable Peter Marais, who, despite his seniority and, of course, long service, remains, to twist his own words, a live lion in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased today to be able to table the adjusted estimates of Vote 12, the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. The Department of Economic Development and Tourism has played a critical role throughout the COVID-19 pandemic to support businesses, back businesses, not just to open, but to open safely in the Western Cape. From the start, we have actively engaged with national government so that where sectors were able to open safely and responsibly, they were allowed to do so. Throughout our persistence efforts, we have had considerable successes in e-commerce, in construction, and in the tourism sector. The department also played a critical role in enabling the opening of George Airport, which is critical, particularly to business travelers and now domestic tourists. And the department also played a critical role working closely with Transnet Port Terminals Management and the Department of Health to reduce the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the performance of the Port of Cape Town, which of course is critical to the export and import industry in the Western Cape. And tomorrow we will be hosting the second annual Port Stakeholder Workshop to identify further opportunities for collaboration across the sector to prioritize port congestion challenges that need to be dealt with in 2021. But alongside these efforts, the department, to get the economy back open, we have also put an immense amount of effort behind workplace safety. We have continuously engaged with key sectors such as tourism, hospitality and retail on the strict adherence to the implementation of COVID-19 health protocols. We have helped businesses find personal protective equipment. and suppliers through our PPE marketplace. We have made several valuable resources for the workplace available so that businesses can keep staff and customers safe. And we have provided a mechanism for the public to report businesses that are not following the necessary health guidelines to stop the spread of COVID-19 in the workplace. This work will continue as we now turn our attention to rebuilding the economy in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, the main appropriation of 604.6 million rand was adjusted down by 57 million rand in the first adjustments budget to 547.5 million rand. That revised appropriation has now been adjusted down by a further 4.9 million rand for the 2020-21 financial year. While there has been an overall reduction to the Department of Economic Development and Tourism's budget, this is largely as a result of costs of employee reductions. Alongside these reductions, there have also been significant increases linked to our goal to recover and move forward in the Western Cape. From the policy-based funding facility, 12 million rand has been transferred to the department for an additional allocation to the Western Cape Small, Medium and Micro Enterprise COVID-19 Business Relief Fund. What is important to note, of course, is that these are additional allocations over and above what has been provided for in the baseline, which in this case means that we've mobilized a total of 39 million rand to support small businesses hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, which of course is made up of 27 million rand in the first adjustments budget and 12 million rand in the second adjustments budget, and which we hope will support 230 small businesses and save at least 2,000 jobs in the Western Cape. The department has also received funds shifted from other departments, including 2 million rand shifted from the Department of the Premier and the Department of Community Safety for the facilitation of the establishment of area-based teams to which the Minister referred not too long ago. And finally, the department's own receipts have increased as reflected in the adjustments budget. Deputy Speaker, every year at this time, I of course have the pleasure of attending the Western Cape Entrepreneurship Recognition Awards, and this year was no different. After the tabling of the medium-term budget policy statement last week, I headed across to the Cape Town International Convention Centre to recognize and reward 12 inspiring entrepreneurs for their hard work and resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic. With Ntombi Nonhluba from the Rise Uniforms winning the title Business of the Year. Rise Uniforms is based in the Philippi area and employs 46 people from the surrounding area and is a manufacturer and supplier of locally produced uniforms, corporate wear and complementary garments. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Rise Uniforms pivoted their business to also provide personal protective equipment, and in so doing were able to keep their business going and staff employed. Entrepreneurs like Ntombi deserve to be celebrated because they play a critical role not only in creating jobs but also in supporting skills development and providing opportunities for those who need it most. And of course, they are role models for others, especially young people who can learn and be inspired and hopefully eventually start their own small businesses. I'm incredibly proud of what we have done to assist our entrepreneurs in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, we've worked hard to open our economy safely during the COVID-19 pandemic in the Western Cape. We cannot afford another hard lockdown, and so now all of us have a critical role to play in ensuring that the economy remains open. Getting out and supporting local businesses, I think, has never been more important, and I encourage everyone to do so over the festive season. But when you do so, please make sure that you do so safely and responsibly. Please wear your mask, sanitize, social distance, and stay at home if you're sick. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise Honourable Ndimbi. Honourable Mvimbi, are you there? Honourable Mvimbi, can we just check that Honourable Mvimbi is online? Otherwise, okay. Okay. Can I proceed to the EFF, and then we will come back if our Deputy Chief Whip from the opposition is okay with that. Thank you very much, Honourable Said. We will move over to Honourable Makamba Bochia, and we'll come back to Honourable Mvimbi. Honourable Makamba Bochia, are you online?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Over to you.
Thank you. The reality facing us today is that the Department of Economic Development and Tourism has lost direction in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is unable to steer the province out of this bad economic climate. The DA government inherited a province with a well-situated city, great landscape, which attracts people beyond our shores. They found the province also well-structured in terms of doing business with the outside world, and on the score, the party contributed nothing. Today, they are facing a real test of as a result of COVID-19, and they're throwing money all over the place with the hope that the invisible hand of the market will drive business and all of a sudden jobs will be created. It has now become apparent that the government does not know much about job creation beyond over-relying on the private sector. This is a government that does not understand the economic climate and business dynamics of the province where it governs. Every time they speak about job creation, they're referring to those jobs that require unskilled labor. Beyond that, this government has nothing to offer and the future looks gloomy. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makamba Bochia, for helping me to come in earlier. I now recognise Honourable Mvimbi. I think he's online. Honourable Mvimbi, can you hear us?
Good morning, Chair.
Yes, good morning, Honourable Member.
I'm trying to get hold of Ms. Candice. Member Mvimbi is unable to log into the system. Can we please call him in?
I have asked her to call him in. I see he is online. If you actually look, he is online. He just probably needs to unmute himself.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Honourable members, I need to make a decision here.
Honourable Deputy Speaker?
Yes, there you are.
Yes.
You can hear us, Honourable Mvimbi. You may begin.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. My apologies for the inconvenience I might have caused the House. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and to honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress today to decline support for this vote. For the last 2 days, we have been hearing complaints about the budgetary cuts and how the provincial government is struggling under these cuts. But we have also had to hear in the last decade how supposedly efficient and effective the provincial government is, and yet because our people remain without basic services. Of course, if this government was as efficient and effective as they claim to be, then they would not be complaining, but grabbing the opportunity to do more with much less. The reality is that they have not been doing more, but simply moaning about and complaining about budgets. Across this provincial government, almost every single department has to surrender funds back to the provincial revenue fund because invariably they were not spent. In a climate of vast unemployment, it is convenient for the provincial government to use compensation of employee use funds as a means to cut back on funds, but invariably it is simply because in most cases these posts were not filled. Across the provincial government, we have had to hear how not much could have been done because of the cuts and because of COVID-19. Yet, Speaker, if the PPO skills project could produce more than 5,000 job opportunities for young people, then why could other departments not perform? Commendably, the department reports that up to 11 tourism products could create or sustain more than 400 jobs. Correctly, the department and the provincial government must prioritize economic recovery. Truth be told that the people of the Western Cape are not getting value from their money from the provincial government. It is reported that economics JP Lendman recently suggested that, and I quote, Treasury modeling indicates that the 5 parts of the recovery plan can add 1.9% to GDP growth a year. If we limit ourselves to the 3 with the best chance of implementing, leaving infrastructure and industrial growth aside, we are looking at an increase of 1.3% in growth per year. Treasury's base case for growth over the medium term is 1.6%, rising to 2%. At 1.3, the growth can reach 3% per year. Not enough, many will say, but we have not seen that for a long time. It is also comfortable 0.61%. From a national treasury perspective, there is light in the end of the tunnel, but we can only realize this growth if all of us do our bit and the provincial government work with and not against the national government. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Section 79 petition made by the MEC of Finance and championed by the Premier is once again in line with the decade-long adversarial approach that the DA provincial government in the Western Cape has taken towards the national government. The more the ANC national government calls for cooperation and maturity in leadership, the more the provincial government declares dispute. We are told that this approach to governance has ended with the former Premier Helen Zille. Unfortunately, it continued under her successor. The Section 79 petition was hastily followed by a communique from the Premier yesterday preempting the outcome of the meeting between himself and Mafosa on the situation concerning COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the people of the Western Cape can really do without the kindergarten politics that we see at play, and all only to score cheap political points and win votes back from the Freedom Front. Instead of concentrating on the economy and its recovery, and instead of providing a proposal as to what measure will be put in place and how this adjustment budget, we hear nothing. On the 22nd of October 2020, the Honorable Premier addressed this House. We have launched an emergency economic relief and recovery program. This will address the major blow our economy, which will result in over 150,000 job losses in the Western Cape this year alone. This plan, under the guidance of our economics cluster, aims to create nearly 20,000 new jobs through rapid intervention. This department adjustment budget, the department tasked with economic development and which is supposed to be leading the economics cluster, is given no indication as to how these 20,000 new jobs mentioned by the Premier will be created. The Premier went on that day and further stated that this focus on private sector-led growth and job creation is also why we will do everything together with our entity. 26 private sector investments still in the pipeline, which will create over 3,000 jobs and pump more than 30 billion rand into the economy. This includes investment in the property and construction sector, logistics, health, technology, and investment at the Saldanha Bay Industrial Zone and at the Atlantic Special Economic Zone for green technology. Economic development and tourism adjustment budget speak to none of these initiatives. Unlike other provinces which have developmental agencies, is bloated market entity add little value to economic development. Yet even more speaker, the ANC remain unconvinced that the people who really need to benefit from these opportunities are not getting them. This budget adjustment does not seek to restructure the economy of the Eastern Cape. Instead, it simply seeks to keep those already empowered, those who get these opportunities, a better footing than the majority of the people who have potential and who really need the push in order to become economically successful. The DA does not believe that the black economy matters, and it is for this reason that the ANC reject this budget vote. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Vimbi. I now recognise Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, fellow South Africans, I rise today to debate Vote 12 of the Western Cape Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill dealing with economic development and tourism. And Deputy Chair, I think I need to start with reminding members that an adjustment budget and a second adjustment budget is a change to the main budget. So if you're looking for money that was allocated to Saldanha by IDZ or to the Atlantis green sector, you must go to the main budget because the money is still there. But Deputy Speaker, let me start in terms of the current funding for small businesses. To date, 34.2 million rand has been allocated to the BPO skills program of the department, which created more than 5,000 jobs for youth to date. And I welcome this work and the skills program, as well as the first BPO academy launched at the College of Cape Town in November this year. Deputy Speaker, Honourable Vimbi mentioned that in the BPO project, we created so many jobs and he doesn't know how other departments are not performing. But he also says that this department is not performing. So I do think that the member needs to make up their mind, is the department performing or not? Deputy Speaker, 5 million rand has been allocated for Western Cape Tourism Development Fund, which has supported 11 tourism products and created and sustained more than 400 jobs. Further, 2.4 million rand so far this year has been allocated to the Design and Innovation Seed Fund, which has supported 5 prototype innovations. This I mentioned earlier this week as well. Because the Western Cape is serious about energy, 12.2 million rand has been allocated for the Municipal Energy Resilience Project, which aims to support municipalities with utility scale procurement from independent power producers. Further, within the energy sector, I would like to request that Minister Maney engages Eskom and the National Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy to ramp up the process to import liquefied natural gas into the Western Cape through Saldanha Bay. Further, on oversight in Mossel Bay while visiting Total SA to be briefed on the operations in the area, we learned as a committee that the local labor unions are fighting with each other as to who are representing the workers in that area. And due to this, Total's partner on the ground, AfriSure, has been unable to negotiate with these labor unions because they are either unregistered with the National Department of Labor or they do not have their ducks in a row due to infighting amongst themselves. I thus commend the Provincial Department for creating a Garden Route Oil and Gas Forum in order to engage stakeholders in the area, and would like to request that this department includes organized labor in the area on this forum, because this will encourage a mature conversation amongst local stakeholders. Further, this year, 39 million rand within the first and second adjustment together has been allocated for the Western Cape COVID Business Relief Fund, which has saved more than 2,000 jobs and assisted 230 SMMEs, and the individual business names have been tabled in the book of the second adjustment budget. Further, 14 million rand so far has been allocated for the Western Cape SMME Booster Fund, which assisted 500 SMMEs and created 443 jobs and secured a funding partnership of more than 40 million rand. Township businesses and other innovative projects have not been left behind, with 5 million rand allocated to a furniture manufacturing design studio in Yanga, the expansion of coding labs and prototype marker space program in Kraaifontein, a rapid product prototyping program in Thembalethu, and an enterprise coding lab and drone accelerator program at the West Coast College. 3.3 million rand has been allocated for SMME toolkits in the Western Cape in order to improve the resilience in all district municipalities, with 11,000 toolkits already being distributed across municipalities and the metro. The Department of Economic Opportunities and Tourism has further allocated 1 million rand to the Western Cape Business Chamber program, which saw 5 business chambers supported with 6,396 SMME beneficiaries, and which led to the establishment of an informal beneficiary base of 2,159 businesses. There were also more than 300 entrants to the Western Cape Entrepreneurship Recognition Awards, and 12 inspiring entrepreneurs were recognized for their hard work and resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic, with financial and non-financial assistance amounting to 750,000 rand. In the SMME Supply Development Program, the department has allocated 2 million rand to assist 11 SMMEs, which sustained 83 jobs. These interventions to support SMMEs in the province amounts to 65 million rand. Speaker, yesterday, Deputy Speaker, I apologize, yesterday Minister Mania launched the new Western Cape Dash Tech program in order to strengthen the tech ecosystem in the Western Cape. We want to position the province as Africa's tech capital, build on the local startup culture to support the tech ecosystem and support job creation in the digital economy. This program aims to not only create a platform for diverse stakeholders to meet, to nurture innovation, improve local product development, open new markets, and supply chains for local tech businesses. It also aims to fill structural gaps in the ecosystem. The 5 ecosystems featured in this year's edition of the Dash Tech program, as announced by the Minister, includes Screen Tech, Safety Tech, FinTech, Township Tech, and 4IR Tech. The Screen Tech will aim to deal with technologies that utilize any form of digital screen to interface with people, including film, media, multimedia, gaming, animation, mobile. Safety Tech will aim to deal with safety and security related technologies towards safe and cohesive communities. The FinTech will aim to deal with financial technology, including mobile payments, e-wallets that improve and automate the delivery and use of financial systems. The Township Tech will aim to deal with a variant of the general smart cities concept attuned to local township conditions and geared towards technology solutions for township communities. And the 4IR Tech will aim to deal with artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, additive manufacturing, Internet of Things, and other emerging technologies. Finally, the entries for the digital innovation has opened on the 30th of November this year, with the finalists showcasing in late February 2021 next year. And we encourage entrepreneurs in this space to enter into this program. Speaker, I would also like to raise some concerns which we have heard as a committee while on oversight in Mossel Bay and George. Businesses indicated that they are struggling with lengthy SARS documents related to finances, VAT, and taxes. And I would like to request that the Minister and the department look at the documentation that businesses need to submit for registration with SIPs, as well as for operation and taxes with SARS, and make recommendations to SARS and the National Treasury regarding where necessary to cut unnecessary paperwork, to cut unnecessary processes, and to make life a little bit easier and more seamless for small, medium, and micro enterprises. Further, these businesses raise concerns that the major banks are not paying out the COVID-19 loans as part of the funding they have received through the national government in order to support businesses, especially small businesses, with this financing to survive. The committee has already indicated that it will look to engage major banks in order to understand the support which they will be providing struggling businesses during this global pandemic and the criteria they are using to assess loans to these struggling businesses. I would also like to request that the Minister creates a platform, if he has not done so already, to engage these major banks and make recommendations where necessary related to unnecessary paperwork and inconsistent, arbitrary, and unnecessary stringent criteria or interest rates for accessing business loans. The National Disaster Management lockdown regulations have already placed a cash flow burden on small business, and the impact of irrational lockdown regulations need to be funded by those who put them in place. But if the funding is not reaching the entrepreneur on the ground, then we will not be able to ensure that all those who qualify due to the impact of COVID-19 on the enterprises are able to save their businesses and to save the jobs of those they employ. Further, Deputy Speaker, businesses continue to raise concerns regarding UIF payments by the National Department of Labour. Either funds are not being paid out in full, or funds are paid out for some employees and not for others. This creates conflict and distrust in the workplace, where business owners need to make difficult decisions of splitting funds between employees while they wait for the remaining funds to be paid. Further, the Labour Department have lengthy paperwork processes. They hardly answer their phones, and in rural areas, they sometimes only come to the municipalities for half a day, and still they come through late on those days. It is unacceptable that the process for accessing UIF funding requires the blood of a unicorn and written proof of the magical pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. At the very least, business owners should know whether documentation is missing or incorrect within 24 hours and receive UIF funds within 2 to 3 working days from its approval. There must also be notification for reasons of non-approval of funds. This does not mean that there are not businesses who have not paid out funds to employees or who themselves are lying to their employees. And in order to address this, I would like to ask that the Minister Mania engages the National Minister of Labour in order to firstly address the administration of UIF fund payouts, as well as to secondly ramp up compliance monitoring of UIF payouts by businesses. Finally, it is concerning that in the vote, 11 million rand will be surrendered from this vote due to the reduction on compensation of employees related to the National Public Wage Bill and ongoing negotiations. But I will speak about this more in vote 3, where it is Provincial Treasury, since Provincial Treasury and the Premier and the Minister for that particular department has launched a petition, and this does not fall within the Programme of Economic Development and Tourism. The DA in the Western Cape, Deputy Speaker, continues to prioritise and support SMMEs and programs which create job opportunities and support the dignity of all residents. And finally, I would like to thank our procedural officer, Ms. Zaida Adams, in the Economic Development and Tourism Committee for her hard work and dedication to accountability in our parliament and to the residents of the Western Cape, the Minister, the HOD and officials for helping us make the Western Cape a province for jobs, safety and dignity, and to wish all members a safe and joyful holiday season. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bartman. I recognise Honourable Mania.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me begin by assuring the Honourable Mvimbi that we are committed, of course, to working with national government. But on the issue that he raised, we exhausted every avenue available to us to meet the Minister of Finance, Tito Mboweni, in order to resolve that matter. But the meetings that we requested never materialized. And so we had no choice but to launch our Section 79 objection to the Second Division of Revenue Amendment. The Honourable Peter Murray earlier said that sometimes there's a time to rest and sometimes there's a time to fight. Well, this is a time to fight, precisely so that we can avoid a 2.3 billion rand hole in our budget and a significant liquidity squeeze in the Western Cape. I also wish to assure the Honourable Mvimbi that we are focused both on the formal and on the informal sector and we do care. And if the honourable member had dug into the budget book, he would have seen evidence of that commitment. I would refer him to, for example, the fact that through the Small Enterprise Development Agency, we are supporting the township and village incubation hub program, where we are supporting 5 hubs that sustain about 20 businesses in Nyanga, Tembeletu, and Kraaifontein. Through the SMME Booster Fund, we are supporting the Philippine Economic Development Initiative, where we are supporting about 20 small urban agri entrepreneurs in the Philippine area. We are working with municipalities, the Cape Agulhas municipality, the Lanesburg municipality, the Oudtshoorn municipality, the Witzenberg municipality, to create dedicated trading spaces for small businesses and informal traders. And of course, we are supporting spaza shops through the Community Economic Recovery Project, which is a joint project between the Western Cape Government, the EDP, and the Murray Trust, where 1,000 vouchers are issued to and redeemed at spaza shops to support about 225 community kitchens across the Western Cape. We are also supporting the registration of over 100 early childhood development centre businesses. And of course, we are distributing approximately 11,000 COVID-19 safety kits to small businesses and informal traders across the Western Cape. Which brings me to the Honourable Makamba Botia, who claims that we are throwing money all around, to use her words. Well, the contrary is true. Our interventions are targeted, and I think there is no better example than the SMME COVID Relief Fund, to which I referred earlier, where we have mobilized a total of 39 million rand, which will support 230 small businesses in the formal and in the informal sector, and sustain about 2,000 jobs across the Western Cape. The Honourable Deirdre Bartman raises a question about small business and red tape. We are obviously committed to reducing red tape and making it easier for small businesses, particularly to thrive. And so we will certainly deal with the matters that she raises in relation particularly to excessive paperwork in relation to SARS. On the major banks and the COVID-19 loan schemes, the department has a regular bi-monthly meeting with the major banks. And certainly, if there are any specific complaints relating to the COVID-19 loan scheme, we can certainly take them up on the affected businesses' behalf. On the question of the Department of Employment and Labour and the UIF TERS, I share the chairperson's frustration when it comes to paying out UIF and TERS. We have again a regular meeting with the National Department, and over this year have had some success intervening on certain businesses' behalf, and we have been able to support at least 4,000 employees, I think to the value of more than 20 million rand. We've been able to assist these employees receive UIF TERS payments available to them. Again, I would encourage the honourable member or any other honourable members, particularly on our committee, if there are specific cases, please refer those cases to me so that the department can follow up in order to ensure that UIF TERS payments are made and that we provide appropriate relief to businesses in the Western Cape. I would like to conclude then, Deputy Speaker, by very sincerely thanking the Honourable Deirdre Bartman and all members of her committee who have worked extremely hard under very difficult circumstances this year in Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That brings us to the end of the day.
Provincial Treasury, vote 3, Western Cape Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill, B7 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I now recognise the Honourable Minister Manu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today we table the adjusted estimates of vote 3 for the Provincial Treasury. The Provincial Treasury, of course, may have one of the smallest departmental budgets in the Western Cape, but the important work that is done with that budget, I think, cannot be underestimated. As Provincial Treasury is itself responsible for the overall budgeting and fiscal management in the Western Cape, it continues to lead by example and has done everything possible to reduce expenditure. The main appropriation of 356.9 million rand was adjusted down by 11.6 million rand in the first adjustments budget to 345.2 million rand. That revised appropriation has now been adjusted down by a further 38.4 million rand to 306.8 million rand for the 2020-21 financial year. Deputy Speaker, over the past few years, Provincial Treasury has consistently and prudently implemented our fiscal strategy by continuing to focus on proper expenditure management, proper revenue management, and maintaining a balanced budget, and by continuing to apply the principles of allocative efficiency, fiscal sustainability, fiscal consolidation, and fiscal discipline in the Western Cape. This work has come to bear this year, with our provincial reserves enabling the Western Cape to respond swiftly and effectively to the COVID-19 pandemic. Provincial Treasury stepped up in the first adjustments budget and in support of the immediate health response, humanitarian response, and economic response, mobilized every cent available and allocated 3.05 billion rand to support the fight against COVID-19 in the Western Cape. In the second adjustments budget, Provincial Treasury has again leaned in further and have mobilized an additional 1.4 billion rand for a support package towards jobs, safety, and well-being in this financial year so that we can bounce back in the Western Cape. And because the budget cuts we are facing are so severe, Provincial Treasury have also leaned in to help departments to difficult decisions on what we will continue to do and what we will no longer do in the Western Cape. They have done this through the creation of a fiscal transition support facility, which is a 1.7 billion rand facility drawn from our reserves that can be accessed by departments over the medium term to support them to find new and smarter ways of delivering services in the Western Cape. No one can deny that 2020 has been a year of great turbulence, of instability, and of transition. And while these conditions, Deputy Speaker, can cause a great challenge, they can also lead to growth and strength if harnessed correctly. And I believe that this has been the case at Provincial Treasury. So started with an investment in the leadership pipeline with excellent candidates filling the Director General's posts and several critical Chief Director posts inside the department. And it can be seen through the various programs of the department. For example, We have begun critical expenditure reviews, which could help inform more efficient and effective ways of achieving our goals. We've embarked on a review of our public entities, which will help drive improved governance. We have led treasuries in South Africa on the way to manage compensation of employees across provincial governments, and we are leading the way on supply chain reform, having published the first ever procurement disclosure report. We are moving ahead with new ways to harness artificial intelligence and to help analyze and inform the way we do business in our province, and we continue to provide critical support and monitoring within our municipalities to ensure enhanced fiscal performance across the Western Cape. In many ways, Provincial Treasury is leading the way, I think, towards being a future-focused, future-ready department. Of course, Deputy Speaker, budget cuts have been dramatic, and we are not going down without a fight, and we will continue to robustly engage and arm wrestle with national government to get a fair deal for the Western Cape. And that is why last week, Premier Alan Wendy and I submitted a Section 79 petition to President Cyril Ramaphosa to bring to his attention material concerns over the constitutionality of certain aspects of the 2020 Division of Revenue Second Amendment Bill, which was passed in the National Parliament on the 26th of November 2020. Essentially, the National Treasury have transferred significant risks to provinces by preemptively cutting budgets, which assumes that they will win the court case against the unions on the wage agreement, an assumption, of course, which is far from certain. And so we trust that President Cyril Ramaphosa and his legal team will engage with our arguments and will return the 2020 Division of Revenue Second Amendment Bill to Parliament on the grounds of what we believe are valid constitutional concerns. I've said it again, and I've said it in the past, and I'm going to say it again. We cannot be expected to cough up 2.3 billion rand that we do not have in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, this year, not only did the Provincial Treasury have to respond alongside the rest of the provincial government to the COVID-19 pandemic, but as a result of the crisis, had to table not one, but two adjustments budgets. The scale of this task cannot be underestimated. The hard work and dedication of Team Finance at Provincial Treasury deserves to be, I think, applauded. I would like to thank each and every staff member inside Provincial Treasury for all their hard work and grit during this year. I've said it again before, and I'm going to happily repeat myself again. Team Finance are certainly the behind-the-scenes heroes in the Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognise Honourable Mbi.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Speaker.
Over to you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Members, ladies and gentlemen, the ANC declined to support this budget vote. Over the last few days, we have heard a provincial government that is simply unable to do more with less. Over the last few days, we have heard from a provincial government who is happy simply to submit their compensation for employees' funds back to the Provincial Revenue Fund. Take, for example, the Provincial Treasury's excuse of not providing for the bursaries of 30 interns in the 14 CAA simply because of COVID-19. The challenge, the Provincial Treasury says, is because interns require supervision, mentoring, and training, which is difficult to perform remotely. In the age of the fourth industrial revolution, Deputy Speaker, this is just not acceptable. Faced with vast unemployment and with an economic climate which requires the closing of the skills gap, it is difficult to understand how innovative we were not used to pursue this internship program. As we move towards digitalization and a time where people will most likely work remotely, it is fascinating that interns cannot be exposed to this environment, or maybe the officials at the provincial treasury simply do not have the capacity to supervise them remotely. On the other hand, the provincial treasury envisaged spending nearly 4 million rands on video conferencing facilities. We are told that the installation of these 5 video conferencing venues is in order to improve the corporate image of the provincial treasury. In this climate of cuts to compensation for employees, COVID-19 and an economic downturn, the provincial treasury spends nearly 4 million rands on what could be simply referred to as cosmetics. So officials and the MEC may get video conferencing, work remotely, but interns may not have that opportunity. At the same time, we are told that the vacancy rates continue to be as high as they are because of COVID-19. Therefore, while the DA provincial government expect the economy and everyone else to work and not be under lockdown, they relax at home and use COVID-19 as an excuse. The fact that interventions such as those made in the provincial parliament, which was able to fill most of their vacancies, were not made, remain regrettable. In the local government finance functional area, there is 50% vacancy rate. In the infrastructure functional area, a third of posts, that is 33%, are vacant. In the supply chain management functional area, there are vacancies. Speaker, all of the three mentioned above areas, they remain very critical. The challenge we face in local government finance, yes, half of the posts are vacant there. On infrastructure, which is key to economic reconstruction and recovery, has a third of posts vacant. Supply chain management remains significant in our stabilizing of issues surrounding procurement, but there is vacancies. Little wonder the provincial treasury continue to hire consultants at such high levels. Nearly 7 million rand was spent on consultant, and therefore to in-source capacity seemed not to be a priority of the provincial treasury, but rather to continue outsource through the use of consultants. But the philosophy of the provincial treasury is apparently to support municipalities in critical functional area remain high and consultants are used, but the provincial treasury wishes to support municipality in services and advice, but not in cash. These contradictions point to an inefficient provincial treasury at best, and at worst, maybe lazy. As my colleagues have highlighted in the last 2 days, it will seem that it is much easier for the provincial treasurer to advise on Section 79 petition, but not to do the job with the little money that they've been allocated by National Treasury. The provincial treasury leads the pack on complaining about cuts by the National Treasury, but is incapable of being innovative and efficient in ensuring that with the so-called little funds allocated by the National Treasury, that more is done with less. May we also the Honorable Bredel's comment yesterday that do more with less is not something that this ANC caucus came up with. Do more with less is what the Honorable Premier continuously says, and it is only the ANC holding the provincial government accountable about their commitment to do more with less. Now, when the ANC blow holes in the provincial government and how they are doing less with less, now the Honorable Bredel turned around and tried to wimble his way out of this. Honorable Deputy Speaker, 2.8 million rand was spent in this adjustment budget on building the Treasury brand, so-called cultural venue, cultural journey, and business process re-engineering project, but critical vacancies could not be filled. There is a reduction of 10 million for transfer of subsidy grants to municipalities, especially in corporate governance. Again, with the lack of skills and services in the provincial treasury, as well as the decrease of these transfers and subsidies, the support to municipalities, especially in corporate governments, makes no sense. It is for this reason that we also believe that this budget vote also does not make sense, and is in that regard that we are not in support of it. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Makamba Botia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to payments and shifting of funds within the vote, one striking feature is found at sub-program 1.2 under management services. Here, the department wants to believe that the saving of 780,000 was achieved through applicants declining the tertiary bursary opportunities. I find this to be very shocking in a country where thousands of post-matric learners cannot access tertiary education due to lack of funds, where students in universities burn buildings in protest as a result of lack of funding by the National Financial Aid Scheme. Now we are here. A department is telling us that in the whole of the Western Cape, or South Africa by extension, the learners who made efforts to apply for a bursary have subsequently declined the very same bursary upon it being granted. That is a shocking revelation, to say the least. As if that was not enough, the very same department takes the very same funds and spend them on a video conferencing facilities. Furthermore, the ministry, which has been preaching about job creation, surrenders more than 15 million to the Provincial Revenue Fund, the same money that was earmarked for job creation and the compensation of the employees. The government of the DA does not take people serious. I now wonder whether the Premier and the Provincial Minister of Finance understand the word dignity. On that note, the EFF will not support vote 3. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, fellow South Africans, I rise today to debate vote 3 of the Western Cape Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill dealing with Provincial Treasury. Deputy Speaker, I would like to commence with welcoming the publishing of the 5th edition of the Procurement Disclosure Report by Provincial Treasury. This edition of the Procurement Disclosure Report confirms that to date, 1.7 billion rand has been committed towards COVID-19 related expenditure across departments and public entities in the 2020-2021 financial year in the Western Cape. For the period 1 April 2020 to 31 October 2020, the provincial department's total COVID-19 expenditure, 1.7 billion, and provincial public entities' total COVID expenditure is 2.9 million. Of the total spent on COVID-19 expenditure in the 2020-2021 financial year, 731 million rand, or 42.87%, was spent on SMMEs by the department and departments and public entities in the Western Cape. The national target requires that 30% of spend goes to SMMEs via subcontracting mechanisms, and so the Western Cape government has exceeded this target through direct procurement for the period and meaningfully contributing to business growth and employment opportunities in the province. This provincial report is available on a monthly, quarterly, and annual basis to the public, and this serves as a clear demonstration yet again of this government's commitment to transparency and openness. Deputy Speaker, before I move on to some of the other topics, I would like to address the comment by Member Mvimbi where he's upset that you cannot do training with interns remotely. Deputy Speaker, if you have a finance bursary, it is likely in accounting, in auditing, or possibly economics. And I do not know whether Member Mvimbi knows what exactly happens when you do your practicals in auditing or accounting. Does he know that if you audit, for example, a chocolate factory in the private sector, you must go and do stock take and count all of the chocolate? And if someone accidentally ate one because they were hungry, then the stock take is invalid and you must do it all over again. Deputy Speaker, this might sound like a ridiculous example, but we need to be realistic. We were in
Honourable
a
Member,
national
if you could
lockdown.
just hold on 1 minute. There seems to be a raised hand. Honourable Lecker, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I've got two concerns. One is that Member Bartman needs to be told that she must address another Member of Parliament through you as the chairperson of the House. Two, Member Bartman is casting aspersion on Member Mvimbi by saying he does not know what happens in accounting. And therefore, Chair, I want you to rule on that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Lecker. I think speaking through me, I'd just like to remind Honourable Bartman to talk through the chair, but I really don't believe that there was aspersions cast directly at Honourable Mvimbi rather than a point of clarity. I can't ascertain tone or rule on any tone, so I'm going to dismiss that. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was not aware that I addressed Member Mvimbi directly, since I did say Deputy Speaker beforehand. But if I did, please note that I was trying to speak through you. But Deputy Speaker, I was indicating that this might sound like a ridiculous example, the example of the chocolate factory, for example, but we need to be realistic. We were in a lockdown imposed by the national government. So Member Mvimbi, through you, Deputy Speaker, must please WhatsApp his colleagues about the fact that we could not train interns due to the impact of the national COVID-19 lockdown disaster regulations. Similarly, Deputy Speaker, if a student gets more than one bursary, they will decline the one they do not want. So if members want to know the reasons why students are declining their bursaries, then they must asseblief attend meetings. Also, Member Mvimbi, Deputy Speaker, spoke about Minister Bradell, but the minister of this vote is Minister Mania. In the previous vote, he spoke
Honourable
about
Bartman, if you
Premier
can
Helen
just
Zille.
if you can just pause. Honourable Lecker, is that your hand up once again?
Yes, it is up, Chairperson.
My apologies. So what's your point of order?
My point of order is on the ruling that you've made on the latter, where you said Member Bartman is not casting aspersion. Member Bartman said, I quote, I do not know if Member Mvimbi understands. And by way of a definition, when you do that, you are casting a doubt on someone. And therefore, Chair, I really want you to ask the table staff to assist you on that ruling.
Thank you very much. With all due respect, you are now questioning point of order on a decision that I have made. So in terms of 66.d, I have ruled on the matter. And then with regards to a further concern you have, you may actually write to the Rules Committee if you're not happy with my decision, and that is in terms of Rule 66.5. The ruling applies. Thank you very much. I'm asking Honourable Bartman to proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was at the point where I was asking, I don't know why Minister Bradell is being mentioned in this vote, because the minister for this vote is Minister Mania. And also, Deputy Speaker, Member Mvimbi spoke about Premier Helen Zille, but the Premier of this province is Premier Alan Winde. So I don't know if he also knows this, Deputy Speaker, but the Premier Alan Winde is the one who cycles, he rolls up his sleeves because we work here in this province, he's committed to jobs, and he's the one with the white hair. So in the vote 3, we must also note that... Deputy Speaker, may I continue?
Honourable Mvimbi, what's your point of order?
No, it's not a point of order, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I did not mention Honourable, I did not mention Mr. Miss Helen Zille.
Okay, but I can't, that's not a point of order. Thank you very much. Honourable Kama, what's your point of order? Okay,
Thank
Honourable
you.
Khamis.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Deputy Speaker?
Honourable Vimbi, that was not
It's-
a point of order.
No, it's Member
Honourable
Kama,
Kama?
Deputy Speaker. Yes.
Yes. Over to
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if you are listening to the member on the podium as she continues to make her point, before making the point, she keeps on reflecting on members Vimbi. Like even when she was making the point about the now about the premier, she continues to reflect on member Mvimbi and whether she does not know whether he knows the premier of the
Honourable
province.
Kama, I've already ruled on that. You may not question that again. I've clearly stated that in terms of Rule 66.5, 66.3D, I've already ruled on that matter. If you're not happy, you can follow Rule 66.5. Honourable Wenger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise on a point of order against Honourable Mvimbi in terms of Rule 40, which states that a member may not interrupt another member who is speaking except to call attention to a point of order. The member interrupted Honourable Bartman and then said that it was not for a point of order. We'd ask if he would please refrain from doing such. And then secondly, Honourable Bartman is rebutting in a debate, as is expected of honourable members debating a budget. She's not reflecting on the integrity or the dignity of the honourable member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is noted. If you can all lower your hands and allow Member Bartman to complete her speech.
Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Can I address the chairperson?
Point of order.
Honourable Lecker, what
Can
is
I
your
address
point
the
of
chairperson?
order? Honourable Lecker.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure what exactly is happening in the House. You've already indicated to me that I must write to the Rules Committee in respect of the ruling that you made, which I challenged. But yet again, you are giving an opportunity for Member Wenger to speak on that same item where she says Member Bartman was not really challenging the integrity of Member Mvimbi. So why do you allow Member, what's her name, the Chief Whip, to speak on that issue as a third point that she just mentioned now? Is it okay for you to accept someone else to challenge your ruling whilst on the one hand you do not accept it? What exactly is happening? I need some clarity.
Honourable Lecker, first of all, I would like to ask that you mind your tone. Secondly, I did not comment on what the Honourable Chief Whip said because she has a right to rise as a Chief Whip. I did not comment or give a ruling. I made one ruling and I've been very clear to the entire House that that ruling stands. If Honourable Wenger wanted me to change my ruling, I would have ruled against that. So I did not comment on what she said. The ruling stands. Honourable Bartman has not committed any infringement. In terms of Rule 66.5, if you're not happy with my ruling, you may take it to the Rules Committee. I would like to now proceed. Thank you very much.
No, Chair, no. I accept the fact that you've made a
Honourable
ruling.
Lecker, you are now,
Chair,
you are
allow
now
me to
infringing
address
upon 66.3D.
Allow
Can you
me
please
to
look at your
address you,
rules?
Chair, because you are flip-flopping in your ruling.
I am now asking you, you are now infringing upon Rule 66.3D.
Are you trying to threaten me, Deputy Secretary? Because I have a right to speak when you are flip-flopping.
First of all, I'm not the secretary. Secondly, I am the Deputy Speaker presiding in the House at the moment. My ruling stands. Thank you very much.
Yes, Taylor, God.
You may proceed, Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And before I move on to some of my other points, I would also just like to indicate to the House that to my knowledge and as per the official report of the committee, which was also indicated in the budget committee, there was no minority view raised for this vote by any of the opposition parties. The vote was supported in the committee with no objections. Deputy Speaker, there's been a 2.3 billion rand reduction in the Western Cape budget for compensation of employees as required by the national government, and the province is obviously concerned about the number that National Treasury has reached, saying that the budget may be taking 500 million rand too much. The Provincial Treasury then used the Provincial Revenue Fund to cushion some of these cuts, bringing the net reduction of the provincial equitable share to 1.5 billion, as million is indicated in the provincial budget, as well as the Division of Revenue Second Adjustment Bill. This is separate to the 1.2 million funding from the Provincial Revenue Fund used to bolster the provincial budget during the Division of Revenue First Adjustment Budget. This is also separate to the net 2 billion rand equitable share cut by national government to the provincial budget in the Division of Revenue First Adjustment Budget. This brings the net reduction to 3.5 billion this year. Concerns over the failure of the wage freeze of civil servants have been raised by both the provincial and national treasuries. And they've said that they're concerned about how that they are going to fund the government operations if the public wage bill increases. Currently, the national government has halted court proceedings and is rather working towards settlement with unions. This is part of the reason why Minister Mania and the Premier of our province have submitted a Section 9 to the President to draw attention to material concerns over the constitutionality of the Division of Revenue Second Adjustment Bill. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape government has exercised unparalleled fiscal responsibility over the years, allowing the province to now use its reserves and mobilize 1.7 billion for its fiscal transition support facility, which can support departments in the medium term to find more cost-effective and smarter ways of delivering services. This will support and cushion departments even after the national government cut the provincial equitable share. And we therefore commend the Provincial Treasury for being prepared for such challenging economic times. By using its own reserves, the province is protecting the budgets of critical services such as education and healthcare from spending pressures, which would otherwise compromise the dignity and hope of Western Cape residents. Deputy Speaker, in 2019-2020 financial year, South Africans had to bail out Eskom with 49 billion rand. In 2020-21, South Africans had to bail out Eskom with 56 billion rand. In 2021-2022, 33 billion rand is already being set aside for Eskom. And in 2022 and 2023, 23 billion rand is being set aside for Eskom, as revealed in the Budget Committee last year. This amounts to 161 billion rand in bailouts for Eskom over 4 financial years. Deputy Speaker, and this year South Africans have to fund 10.5 billion rand for a bailout for SAA. We cannot continue bailing out failing, mismanaged state-owned enterprises every single year. The adjustment of the provincial equitable share as per the 2020 MTEF allocation letter in slides 15 and 16 of the Budget Committee presentation revealed that for the MTEF period, which is 2020-2021 to 2023-2024, the budget cut for the Western Cape's provincial equitable share will be 26 billion rand. Further, the total conditional grant increases from national government received during the Division of Revenue Second Adjustment Budget was 62 million rand. The total grant decreases was 128 million rand. Now, when you take the decreases and you take the increases and you put them together with your calculator, it brings you to a net decrease of national conditional grants of 66 million rand in the second adjustment budget. These national conditional grant cuts are separate to the national conditional grant cuts in the first adjustment budget. The national budget cuts to our grants in the first adjustment budget included cuts to education infrastructure grant, which was 160 million rand, the provincial roads maintenance grants of 162 million, 2 agriculture grants amounting to 30 million rand meant for infrastructure at the Elsenburg College and agricultural training, the Human Settlements Development Grant, which was 202 million rand, and the title deeds grant of 44 million rand. And in fact, due to the fact that our equitable share did not increase and the grant cuts in the first adjustment budget, 100% of those cuts in the provincial budget was due to the national government cutting our funding. In the second budget adjustment, the provincial roads maintenance grant, which we received from national government, was cut by 61 million rand. Our comprehensive agricultural support program grant, Ilima Letsema projects grant, and land care program grant meant for poverty relief and infrastructure development in agriculture was cut by almost 1.6 million rand. Our title deeds restoration grant by the national government was cut by 23 million rand. These are essential programs meant for infrastructure, land reform, and title deeds for the people of the Western Cape. In total, there's a net decrease in conditional grants in both the first and the second adjustment budget. So, Deputy Speaker, it may seem mundane repeating these amounts, maar dit is omdat ek weet nie wat se begroting my kollegas gelees het nie, maar dit was nie die Wes-Kaapse eerste of tweede aansuiweringsbegroting nie, en dit was definitief nie die nasionale verdeling van inkomste eerste of tweede wysigings nie. The Budget Committee has unanimously adopted the resolution to invite Minister of Public Enterprises Pravin Gordhan and his department to explain the rationale of the 10.5 billion rand bailout of SAA. The committee would like the department to explain exactly how it came to this figure and how it determined how much money would be cut from each department and each province. We will thus call on the National Minister to account for this decision, and I'm hopeful Minister Gordhan will participate and address the committee's concerns. Furthermore, the committee unanimously agreed that it would also call on national government to explain the impact on the finances of the Western Cape should the attempt by national government to freeze the public wage bill be unsuccessful. Both National Treasury and Provincial Treasury, as indicated previously, has expressed concerns over the failure of the wage freeze, saying that should it fail, severe strain will be placed on government budgets. Despite drastic budget cuts to the province this year by national government, including the cuts to the title deeds, to land reform and provincial roads government, the Western Cape is committed to creating jobs, dignity and safety for its residents. We have now also learned today that News 24 established that South Africa has missed the deadline of the first payment of the window. Deputy Speaker, may I continue?
Can we please make sure that everybody's on mute bar the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We have also now learned through News 24 reporting that South Africa has missed the deadline of the first payment window to an initiative designed to secure equitable access to a COVID-19 vaccine for middle and low-income countries. It is reported that the Solidarity Fund had to step in to make payment to the COVAX initiative of estimated 300 million rand. The first payment is estimated at 500 million rand that South Africa needs to pay. And it is reported that approvals from National Treasury has not been received. If you cannot even meet a deadline such as this, at the most desperate of times, how are you going to instill hope in our communities that you are doing everything you can to spend South Africa's money in a prudent manner? Deputy Speaker, the ANC national government must explain to us why it prefers bailouts for SAA over money for title deeds, why it prefers bailout money for SAA over money for land reform, and why it prefers bailouts for SAA over money for road infrastructure. Speaker, we support this vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bartman. I now recognise Honourable Minister Manier.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to begin by reminding the Honourable Mvumbi that Premier Alan Winde's refrain is in fact do less, but do it well. It's national government's refrain, do more with less. But of course, unsurprisingly, national government appears to be doing less with less. Now, the Honourable Mvimbi raises a question about bursaries, and I wish to assure him that we are committed to developing and recruiting talent into the Provincial Treasury. And it appears that he may have misunderstood the information provided, because we have not terminated the 31 bursary interns or the 14 CAA interns as he claims. In fact, in this financial year, we will be spending 6.5 million rand supporting the graduate interns, 5.3 million rand supporting the CAA interns, and a further 1.5 million rand on bursaries. But that is not all. We are also spending 93,000 rand on cash prizes for finalists in our school essay writing competition relating to economics, accounting, and mathematics. And we've also allocated a cash prize to the most improved school in economics, accounting, and mathematics, and that prize was awarded to the Pandulwazi High School. On the question of vacancies, we have in fact had considerable success when it comes to critical vacancies. We have appointed 2 DGs. We have appointed a new chief director, and we will be appointing an additional chief director quite soon. Nevertheless, there are challenges finding the right skills, but we are committed to filling critical vacancies in PT. The Honourable Mvimbi then goes on to raise the whole question of grants to municipalities, implying that there might be a concern about a decrease in efficiency of our support. Again, I'd like to assure the Honourable Member that we are committed to supporting municipalities, and we will still be spending in this financial year about 21.5 million rand supporting our municipalities through 3 grants. We will, of course, be reviewing transfers to municipalities to find ways to streamline and find efficiencies. But we are absolutely committed to supporting municipalities going forward with both in-kind support and also with support through transfers across municipalities in the Western Cape. The Honourable Makamba Botia again raises the question of bursaries. Those bursaries have been declined for a number of reasons, including possibly the fact that places could not be taken up at universities, or indeed some students may have found superior universities. But I would like to again assure the Honourable Member that we are completely committed to talent development, and it's precisely for that reason why we have continued to support our graduate interns, our CAA interns, allocate bursaries to support students in the Western Cape. I then wish to compliment the Honourable Bartman, who referred to the whole question of budget cuts. And it is not mundane to set out the full scope and the full horror of the budget cuts, as she so eloquently did. And I wish to compliment the Honourable Deirdre Baitman on summoning the Minister of Public Enterprises, Pravin Gordhan, to come and defend the indefensible 10.5 billion rand bailout to SAA right here in the Provincial Parliament in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, in closing, I would like to thank the Honourable Deirdre Bartman, and all members of her committee, again, who have worked very hard under very difficult circumstances in the Provincial Parliament here in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That concludes the debate on this vote. I will ask the Secretary to read the fourth order of the day.
Begrotingspos 11, Landbou, Wes-Kaapse tweede aansuiveringsbegrotingswetsontwerp W7/2020.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I recognise the Minister, Honourable Minister Mayor.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and the Honourable Premier and Cabinet colleagues, and Minister Marais in the House, as well as the Leader of the Official Opposition and leaders of the Official Opposition parties, members of the various legislature, and also to our good friend, Mr. Peter Marais, acknowledging also a long-standing tradition in this legislature. Thank you for reminding us of the importance of parliamentary custom and tradition. It is part of this House, it is part of the parliamentary tradition. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I rise today to table the Western Cape Department of Agriculture Second Adjustment Budget 2020. The adjustment budget framed within the context of the Western Cape Government's priorities, namely safety, jobs, dignity and well-being. It is further informed by the 5 ministerial priorities which I've set for this Department of Agriculture, namely structured training and education, rural safety, farmer support and development, market access, and the whole issue of climate change. Honourable Deputy Speaker, 970 million rand was allocated to the Department of Agriculture in the main budget when I tabled it at the beginning of this year, 2020-21 financial year. Since then, Honourable Deputy Speaker, following 2 rounds of adjustments, as explained by Honourable Member Bartman, this amount stands now at 928 million, which I am tabling here today. The detail of the department's second adjustment budget is as follows: 2.0 million rand goes towards phase 1 of the modernization of the building at Elsenburg, 1.773 million towards 100,000 PPE masks for the agri workers and farmers, and the conditional grants are reduced as follows. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the CASP grant, the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Grant, is reduced by a further 1 million rand. The Lima Lechema grant is reduced by 492,000. The land care grant is reduced by 60,000. An additional funding in line with our emphasis on jobs and well-being is allocated to this department as follows: 16.825 million rand for food gardens, for food security, 8.5 million rand for transformation of farmer protection by supporting operational expenses and providing technical and market and production assistance, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and 9.6 million rand for upgrading irrigation infrastructure for 153 smallholder plots to establish Lucerne on 80 plots at Ebenezer, which I recently also visited. Honourable Deputy Speaker, from the National Disaster Management Centre, 25 million rand for drought relief. That money has already been spent. In terms of the cost of employees, the reduction is 18.869 million. This is in line with the national instruction for cutting the cost of living increases. We have also surrendered revenue of 2.876 million for class and hostel fees at the college due to COVID-19. Students were not there, therefore they did not have to pay for that. Internal reprioritization, 12 million rand subsidy for maintenance of 1,333 jobs within the wine tourism sector, and another 6.7 million for research and farming equipment. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I tabled the Department of Agriculture's 2020 second adjustment budget of 928 million rand for consideration in the House. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise Honourable Moran.
Speaker, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone in the House. Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Congress movement to give input on this vote and to decide whether we're going to support or decline support for this vote. But Speaker, allow me first to also congratulate the Honorable Peter Murray, who is in the House. And as said, Speaker, a tradition by this Parliament to honor long-standing members. Let me do the same. Speaker, the ANC supports 5 priorities as identified by the MEC within the Agriculture Department. We welcome focus on education, research and training, safety, farmer support, market access, as well as climate change. The ANC appreciates the fact that 100,000 masks were made available at the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic earlier this year, and acknowledge that more than 16 million rand was spent on ensuring food security. We commend the upgrading project, especially the 233 plots happening in the Ebenezer area. Speaker, the ANC is not shy to commend the department on the 25 million rand made available for drought relief, the reprioritization for maintenance of 1,333 jobs in the wine industry, and the securing of 2,000 household food gardens. Speaker, we are not afraid to congratulate the department on a job well done, and especially the 120 graduates, interns, and will not hesitate to give credit where credit is due. But we will also not shy away from giving the necessary oversight, which seemingly MEC Mayer's colleagues in the DA will fail to do. While the ANC will not fail to give oversight, we will also not fail to speak up for the most vulnerable in this sector, those whose insurance will not pay out or will not have the department to support them when things go rough. We will continue to insist on education and training for farm workers and their children, so that farm children are not permanently stuck in a cycle of poverty. We will continue to demand safety for farm workers, and not just the farmer. We see cameras all over the entrances of farms, but nothing at the entrances where trucks go every morning to fetch these workers. No mention in this adjustment budget for the safety of farm workers. It's clear the Premier safety plan is only for the rich. We will continue to demand that women on farms, especially women farm workers, and those who suffer from gender-based violence on farms, are given the necessary support just as farmers are given support. The sad reality is that this department does not care enough about empowerment of farm workers, never mind emerging farmers, especially African, colored and Indian farmers. The Honorable Peter Murray will be interested to know that the leader of opposition, official opposition, the Honorable Dakmo, asked MEC Meyer whether his department has a list of municipal-owned land across all municipalities that is being leased to farmers and or community gardens. To this written question, the Honorable MEC replied, and I quote, "The department does not have a list of municipal-owned land that is leased to farmers, as the municipalities manage their own communities' land. The department only supports beneficiaries who do have access to land." Quote end. In other words, there is no political way by this department to inquire from municipalities where and how much land is being leased to farmers and to keep such a database. Even more so, there is no political will to ensure more farmers coming into the industry. Here we specifically speak about African farmers, more colored farmers, and more Indian farmers. Rather, the department only supports beneficiaries who do have access to land. If you do not have land, this department could not care less. They will not engage municipalities across this province to release land in their possession for the purpose of agriculture. The MEC's response to a question by the Honourable Dakmo is clear in this regard. Speaker, the Honourable Murray would also be interested to know that the Honourable Dakmo further asked the MEC, what is the total amount of hectares of privately owned agricultural land, and how much of this land is owned by Africans? What percentage is owned by coloureds? How much is owned by Indians, by whites and by foreigners? The minister's response was that, and again I quote, "This information was housed with the Deeds Office, which is part of the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. The department therefore does not have access to the above mentioned information." Quote end. In other words, the department does not care about redress, They have no interest whatsoever in correcting the injustices of the past. The reality that this sector continues to be dominated by whites is irrelevant to this Provincial Department of Agriculture. And this budget says that's just that. As we heard, the department assists only those who have land already. They will not be interested in beneficiaries from national government programs and assisting them. Instead, what this government did is to compare projects spearheaded by national government versus those they are supporting. Speaker, the ANC remains concerned about the stipend paid to the interns in the wine and tourism industry. In Afrikaans, we will ask, hoe kan jy 'n jakkalskaapwagter maak? Many of our farmers still underpay our workers. It doesn't come as a surprise. It doesn't come as a surprise when this day government in the National Manifesto suggested for workers to opt out of the minimum wage and accept a wage similar to the old age pension grant, which is 1,800 rand. These farmers learned from you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We have also learned that many farmers who applied for TERS monies for their workers from the UIF have never paid over these monies to their workers after they have received it from the UIF. Speaker, in some cases, criminal charges has been laid against these employers. But again, we're going to make these employers skaapwagter and workers will remain beggars. Historically, we know where the DOP system came from. So during this time of disaster, when these interns will rely on stipends, farmers will deduct rent for accommodation, workers will have to pay for electricity, and will end up having far less than the old age pension grant. Today, there is a resurgence of infections in COVID-19, but support, especially for farm workers and from the department, have dried up. With the start of the new season in most areas across the province, again we see old habits return, with workers transported on overloaded trucks with no mask and no social distancing. This situation will become a super spreader of the virus over the next couple of weeks. We appeal to the department to ensure that more PPEs are distributed and to those who are vulnerable. Although the ANC have a huge appreciation for work done by this department and its officials over the last couple of months, it is not enough to say that everyone must take responsibility. Some of us, especially those who run government departments, have a greater responsibility to make sure that everyone is counted, not only a few. Until this department realizes that, the ANC will decline to support this vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Kleho.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Through you, Deputy Speaker, we were still under the level 4 lockdown when the current MEC led thousands of white racists with old apartheid flags to the gates of the National Assembly, which is a national key point, and of which we still get some within the DA-led administration trying to condemn the EFF when it assembles, which is a sign that black people under the current DA have no right to assemble. And the right to assemble is only given to those who own land, who happen to be white. We will remember this department for its legacy of providing food gardens for the blacks and hectares of farmlands for the whites. This is what happens when deputy whites try to mimic their colonial masters. The myth of farm killings created by this department without scientific evidence is just a foul play. The only thing being offered to the people of color in this sector is learnership and internship. Their aim is for a black person to acquire the minimum skills required in order to be nothing but an employee of a white farmer. As the EFF, we do not support this vote on the basis of that it doesn't provide anything for our people. The department does nothing for farm workers in the province who are always subjected to all forms of abuse by farm owners. Despite being involved in production of food, these farm workers are paid legal wages to an extent that they cannot provide for their own families to put food on the table. The Western Cape needs an agricultural ministry that is awake for these realities, and one which is willing to come to the aid of a farm worker and people of color in that particular industry. We do not support this vote. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kleho. I now recognise the esteemed Honourable Murray.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Honourable members. Minister, I rise in support of your budget. Coloured people were the slaves who helped work and develop agriculture in the Western Cape. Yes. We were also the artisans. We were also the garment workers that clothed South Africa. When slavery was abolished in 1834, we became free slaves, settling on communal reserves and mission stations. The Mission and Communal Reserves Act of 1909, enacted by the Cape Colony then, placed these rural areas in state trust. And it remained there up till this day. The state has been holding on to this land for more than 111 years. 23 trust lands comprising of approximately 1.23 million hectares of land belong to the coloured people. It's been held in trust by this government since the demise of the tricameral parliament. That land was transferred to national government control, never transferred to my people. We even have land straddling the Western and Northern Cape that need to be given back. We have 20,000 hectares in the Eastern Cape, the Oppermansgronde, which was part of that deal that England made with the coloured people before 1910. We became a union. Minister, we want the land to be transferred into community trust, and you must help us do it. I've written to the national minister, on her request, she said, give me the facts. I gave it to her. I told her about the Trunk Car Act of 1998. She's responded saying, yes, she will do it. She will do it by March next year. I'll tell you, Minister, it's Friedrichshain, Haarlem, Kranshoek, Slangervie, Zouart, Rietpoort, Ebenezer, Mamre, Saron, Sierbrak, Genatendal, Peniel. We want our land back. It's held in trust by the state. It belongs to the coloured people.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognise Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, I believe we can all be extremely proud of the agricultural sector in the Western Cape. It makes a huge and important contribution to the Western Cape's economy and particularly to job creation. In addition to this, it is also contributing to food security and a major player in the export market. In this respect, it plays an important role in the balance of payments and in protecting the value of our currency, to some extent mitigating the mismanagement of our economy by the central government. I also want to use the opportunity to share with the House the good news of the wonderful yield that the winter crops of 2020, particularly wheat and canola, has just seen. This was due to favorable weather conditions, by and large the result of above normal rainfall figures in the Oeverberg and Swartland in September of this year. We've also seen a boom in the citrus industry, particularly due to international demand for quality citrus. And there's also a notion that the export figures can be linked to citrus fruit being seen as a healthy product that can improve one's immune system, which in this COVID-19 year has been prioritized by many consumers abroad. The economy of many of our rural towns are closely linked to farming, and we can all be grateful for the many farmers that have seen good harvests. Fortunately, farming has been classified as an essential service by the National Coronavirus Command Council. This industry could therefore continue with the bulk of its activities during the severest of the lockdown regulations. In this respect, it by and large evaded the damage done by the decisions of the National Coronavirus Command Council to many other industries. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said of our wine and beer and related industries. As you will soon see, the Western Cape Department of Agriculture plays a huge role in support of the agricultural industry. This support includes research, training, sharing of information, drought support, and numerous related activities. We all know by now about the severe financial pressures that the mismanagement of our beloved country's economy, and particularly the capture of state resources by certain ANC politicians, brought upon us. It is therefore heartwarming to see a provincial department that has been allocated some additional money from the provincial treasury in the second adjustments budget for 2020-21. The overall budget for the department has increased in the second adjusted estimates by 40.4 million rand to almost 929 million rand. This increase in budget, however, can easily be misinterpreted as all good news. It hides the severe financial cuts and constraints under which many of the programs of the Department of Agriculture are forced to be operating under. It also does not reflect the hardship that so many of our citizens are experiencing and the difference that this department can make in their lives. The available budget also does not provide for the threat of the ANC government relegating on Treasury's instruction not to budget the salary increases in the current financial year. With the ANC always putting party interests before the interest of South Africa, this is a real threat. The failures of the central government in putting additional financial pressure on this is putting additional pressure on this department. Who would have thought that it would ever be necessary for an MEC of Agriculture and for a province to also accept the responsibility for the safety of its people? Yet the failure of the South African police services to keep us, and particularly rural communities, safe, forced this department to mobilize resources towards the design of a rural safety plan. What a disgrace that the South African police services, the very entity that is supposed to protect all citizens and that by law has the exclusive responsibility to investigate and fight crime, is failing us in its most basic mandate. The ANC is always posturing as the party for the poor, despite the overwhelming evidence that they spend more and more of our taxes on the already privileged. Privileged people, such as those that can afford to fly with South African Airways, or the privileged upper middle class that travel on the Gautrain, or those privileged ANC cadres that benefited from the PPE scandals. The funding of these come at the expense of those that are most deserving to be given a hand up. In line with this warped view of government's priorities, the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development again cut back on grants that are meant to particularly assist transformation and the poor. And I will soon list a number of examples of this. But the Honourable Maran just attacked MEC Meyer for not being able to respond to Honourable Dugmore's questions on the percentage of land belonging to various race groups. Now, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we know that the ANC has got this obsession about race. Yet, no one in the ANC has been able to give us a definition of race. And in this respect, even the old National Party, Honourable Maran's previous party, fared better. They had some definitions and some tests which involved pencils and all kinds of other features of humans to determine race.
Honourable van der Westhuizen, if you could just take your seat. There is a point of order in the House. Honourable Sayed, what's your point of order?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, maybe just clarity. I'm not sure whether I heard correctly. Is Honourable van der Westhuizen saying that Honourable Maran's previous party was the National Party or Honourable Maree? I didn't hear correctly. And if you could please tell us what's the basis for that. Thank you.
It's not a point of order.
Sayed, you're asking me now to verify facts,
no,
and that's not going to. Maybe you could just repeat your sentence, Honourable van der Westhuizen. But I'm not here as the presiding officer to verify facts of previous histories of people's parties. So if you could just indicate your sentence again, Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Deputy Speaker, I think it is a moot fact that members of the new National Party, some members, for mostly personal gain, eventually joined the ANC, and therefore the ANC has got the new National Party as one of its partners or former partners before that party eventually
I'm not going
rolled
to
up
rule
in its
on this.
stead.
Thank you, Honourable from the Westhuizen. And before you continue, I'm not going to rule on it because I cannot rule on the factual history of individual members. I'm going to ask that Honourable van der Westhuizen continue with his speech. But bear in mind, Honourable van der Westhuizen, please be mindful that you don't cast any aspersions. It is up to Honourable Sayed to come back in the House next year and verify the facts or not.
Chair, you are correct. I'm not expecting you to go into the history. I just expect Honourable van der Westhuizen to do as you asked him to do, which is to repeat what he had said. I'm sure he's got his notes in front of him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable van der Westhuizen, I am listening to your speech. Please be careful to not cast any aspersions. You may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't know if somebody's personal history
one minute,
in itself is
Honourable van der
casting
Westhuizen.
aspersions, but if that is the case, I'm very sorry for my honourable colleague.
1 minute. I recognise Honourable Moran. What's your point of order?
Speaker, yeah, I'm rising on a point of order, Speaker, because I am of the view that the Honourable Van der Westhuizen is casting aspersions on my name, because I clearly heard that he was mentioning my name, saying that I was a previous member of the National Party, which is not true. He could not even bring facts to the allegation that is mentioned.
No, that's not a point of order.
Honourable Moran, with all due respect, as I've said very clearly, first of all, you know, anybody's history of anything is not about aspersions, it's history. So I'm not here to decide whether that is an aspersion or not. All right, I'd like us to continue. You can look at the Hansard later, but I'm not here to verify those facts. And it is not a point of order to verify the fact to me. If I may, if the honourable member can please continue, Honourable van der Westhuizen. Thank you.
Speaker, just for the record, I could have never been a member of a party who have killed innocent kids.
Honourable Moran,
brothers and sisters.
I fully understand your need to want to.
The Honourable van der Westhuizen was part of.
Yes, I fully understand your need to want to justify, but this is not the time or the rules to be able to do that. Thank you very much. Honourable van der Westhuizen, you may proceed.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Dagmore, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, our rules are very clear about casting aspersions. Leave aside the history now, but I would argue on a point of order that you need to rule, because anyone who is accused of being a member of the former National Party, the party of apartheid, that's clearly an aspersion. So it's not about fact. It's actually, I would argue, and therefore request that you investigate this matter further and then come back to the House, because I believe there's a case to be made that calling someone a member of the National Party is a casting aspersion.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
No, I'm not going to take any further points of order. First, may I address Honourable Dugmore. Honourable Dugmore, I will re-look at it from the Hansard, and I will revert back next year. If there is anything, but you have to be mindful that you know, it's like saying you come from Rhodes University. You know, anyway, I will commit to re-looking at it more intensely, and I will come back to you or more attentively, and I will come back next year. May we proceed, please?
I'm actually disappointed by the Honourable van der Westhuizen who associated
Honourable
me with
Moran, I did not recognize you. I'm going to now ask Honourable van der Westhuizen. I have made a ruling in terms of 66D, and I will ask that Mr. Honourable van der Westhuizen continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this concept that is so important to the ANC, which was first introduced by the new National Party here in South Africa, or its predecessor, the National Party, is a man-made concept. Yet the ANC has become completely obsessed, as you could have just seen from the responses from ANC members, Race has got no biological basis. It is absolutely man-made. There's no reason why we should distinguish, and there's no reason why the Deeds Office should put emphasis on a concept that the ANC can clearly not even define. So the point that I'm making is that while the ANC is trying to posture as the party for certain groups, then obviously if it's not for the poor, that their deeds don't speak to what is then really needed to give certain people a hand up. And I'm going to cite just 3 examples of how the national ANC government is failing the poor, particularly in agriculture in the Western Cape. More than 1 million rand was cut from CASP, the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program. The purpose of this program is to provide post-settlement support to the targeted beneficiaries of land reform. This cut shows that there's clearly no commitment to land reform from the ANC. Honorable Bartman also referred to the almost R500,000 that was cut from the Ilima Letsema grant. The purpose of this grant is also to provide effective agricultural support services, promote and facilitate agricultural development, again by targeting beneficiaries of land reforms, restitution and redistribution. And it says in its vision, and other black producers. Again, the support was cut by national government. Again, no real commitment to support land reform. In addition to this, the land care program has also been cut by national. And the aim of the land care program is to assist the very communities that Honorable Marais referred to earlier with infrastructure to utilize land in a sustainable manner. How can any government that claims to be aiding the poor prioritize the cutting back on these important grants? Thankfully, in this province, we have a government that cares for agriculture and particularly for the poor. Almost 17 million rand has been set aside in this budget for support to 2,000 community food gardens. This is a great initiative as it addresses both the scourges of rampant unemployment and potential malnutrition caused by the national government. An additional 8.5 million has been set aside to support transformation with technical market and production assistance. And MEC Meyer referred to the work at Ebenezer. The Western Cape government will be supporting the successful land claimants on the 153 plots with irrigation infrastructure. Those responsible for 80 plots will be assisted to establish Lucerne in an effort to achieve both financial independence as well as to provide fodder for animals. The increase in farmer support that has been made available by this provincial treasury exceeds 30.6 million rand. This is the DA difference and this department's positive response in stark contrast to the ANC's reduction in support for emerging farmers. Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, large parts of the Western Cape, and particularly the Central Karoo, are still in the grip of a serious drought. Because of the mismanagement of the national budget, the Western Cape only received a small share of the drought relief that is required to allow the farmers in the Karoo and other drought-stricken areas to survive the current drought. And in contrast to some ANC-run provinces, where allocated drought relief is beset by serious delays and corruption, the money transferred to the Western Cape in this financial year has already been distributed to those in need. We all know about the devastating effect that the ban on the sale of alcohol and the restrictions on travel has had on the wine tourism industry. I therefore want to congratulate Minister Ivan Meyer and the department on the recently announced provincial subsidy to protect more than 1,300 jobs in the wine tourism industry. We again see that the National Command Council is threatening this industry by threatening to restrict the hours of wine sales. And while we need to acknowledge the unfortunate link between alcohol abuse and trauma cases in our hospitals, it has not been proven that a ban on alcohol sales is effective in curbing the spread of COVID-19. Now, to turn to the budget again, I'm grateful to see that money has been earmarked for the building of a 10 million tissue culture facility. The funding made available to develop market access is welcomed. What we do see are decreases in the budgets for veterinary services, research and technology development, agricultural economic services, agricultural education and training, and rural development. This is mostly due to the downwards adjustment in the budget of salaries. This is linked to the instruction by National Treasury that there will be no adjustment in the cost of living expenses for staff.
1 minute, Honourable Member. Honourable Dugmore, you are not on mute. Could you please mute your microphone? Just if you can mute Honourable Dugmore's microphone. Thank you. Honourable van der Westhuizen, you may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, staff, for muting him. Honourable colleagues, I believe that this budget will allow the department to particularly help those farmers that are in real need of support. I therefore urge honourable members to join me and the majority of the members of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Development Planning and Environmental Affairs in our support for the budget of this department. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise Minister Mayor.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank Honourable Member Marais. Thank you for supporting this budget vote. You clearly understand the importance of agriculture in society, and I think you have more brains and knowledge than the whole official opposition together in this House. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I would also like to thank and acknowledge the role and the responsibilities of the chairperson of the Agricultural Committee for the role in the Western Cape.
Honourable Minister, if you can take your seat. Honourable Kleger, what is your point of order?
Understanding the point made by the Minister that Honourable Marais might have more experience, but to say he has got more brains than the rest of us, that's a direct offense and a spit in our face. That's a direct casting of aspersion. Can never say that. There's nobody that's got more brains than the other here. If that's a thinking that he has, it's a serious challenge that we have. Can you rule on that?
You know, Honourable Kleger, I'm unable to measure who's got more brains or not. So, well, he's got his freedom and rights to actually speak with some freedoms in this House responsibly. I don't believe that he cast aspersions on any particular member according to the rules. So he's basically said there's more brains. I can't actually measure that on
He has made a reference. He said than the rest of the opposition parties. That's a direct insult to us. He can never say we do not have brains here.
Remember, you're asking me now to really actually make a decision on that. I will revert to Hansard and apply my mind if that actually is a direct insult at any particular person here. We might, he may even be right or wrong. I'm not going to be able to measure that, but I will cast my mind to that and revert back. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'm trying to raise my hand. Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Kama, what's Honourable Minister, if you can take your seat. Honourable Kama, I see you. What is your point of order?
No, it's
Thank
Honourable.
you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I wish to bring it to your attention that you run a risk of really allowing the House to deteriorate, because Rule 59 says, when it speaks on reflections upon members of the House, it says no member may, there's yes A and B, which speaks on improper motives and integrity. But C speaks on verbally abuse other members. Members have contributed to the debate, and the MEC in response goes and reflect on the members, because this is a reflection and it's verbal abuse to say to members that there is a particular member that has brains more than the other members. That language, Speaker, is offensive to members, and it should not be allowed in protection of the decorum of the House. So I wish, Deputy Speaker, you can really take it with that seriousness, because we're really offended by the statements of the MEC. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. As I've stated now, members, I'm not taking any more hands raised for this matter. I will revert to Hansard and deliver my ruling. Thank you very much. May the Minister continue.
First, in the second quarter, outperforming all other sectors of the economy. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I therefore table the Western Cape Department of Agriculture's 2020 second adjusted budget of 928 million rand for consideration in the House. I thank you.
Thank you very
Clearly
much,
nothing to
Honourable
say, but
Minister.
let's
That
start-
concludes, Honourable members, order please. That concludes the debate on this vote. We will now break for lunch, and we will resume back at, let's just make it at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much, Honourable members. The House is adjourned until 2 p.m.
You may please be seated. Honorable members, good afternoon and welcome back to the session. Before we go with the next vote, I just want to read you something. Okay. All right. Honorable members, today we commemorate the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, a day for all because disability is part of human condition. Almost everyone will be temporarily or permanently impaired at some stage in life. As reflected in this year's theme of the United Nations in commemorating this special day. The theme is building back better toward a disability inclusive, accessible, and sustainable COVID-19 world. We need to foster an inclusive culture and respond to the needs of people with disability in all aspects of society, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm reading this, honorable members, because it's very important as we continue with our program. As you know that in the House, we also have the interpretation services that includes sign language. It's not just an accident, it's not just a show, but we're displaying through act and in deed, the word and in deed that we do support people with disabilities in the work that we do. I'm actually inspired to see that many of the speeches that were made today, there was sign language, and all the time we've been using sign language throughout. And we do have members of our staff who live with disabilities, and we celebrate them and we commemorate everyone in the society. Now let us move back to the business of the day. I recognize the Honorable Minister, Dr. Ivan Meyer. The Secretary is coming to me. Minister, don't take the stand yet. Oh. Oh, thank you. Give me the amended one. Thank you. We can't vote you out, say, because you are not voted, but you almost unelected me. So is it, Mr. Secretary? Honorable members, I now request the Secretary to read the fifth order.
Begrotingspos 13, Kultuursake en Sport, Wes-Kaapse tweede aansuiveringsbegrotingswetsontwerp W7/2020.
Honorable Minister, no wonder you seated here in front of me. Now I recognize Honorable Minister Marais.
Pandemic and rising unemployment rates, I tabled the second adjustment budget for the Department of Culture Affairs and Sport in the House today. It is no secret that in times of crisis, particularly in the dismal national climate, funds must be reprioritized in the best interest of those we serve, not only to save lives, but livelihoods as well. As the Western Cape is committed to doing its part to restore our nation's fiscal sustainability and spend our resources wisely, extremely difficult decisions had to be taken to reprioritize funds to support immediate financing requirements for the Western Cape Recovery Plan, focusing on jobs, safety, and well-being. It is for this reason that the Department of Culture Affairs and Sports budget was decreased by approximately 21.1 million from 786.5 million to 765.4 million. As can be expected, the reduction in funds indeed placed DCAS programs and services at the short end of the proverbial stick, as many events were cancelled and projects could not continue in compliance with the mandatory health protocols in place. However, Speaker, when we are challenged to this extreme, I am proud to say that time and again, the DCAS team rises to the occasion in difficult times and becomes innovative in our business to continue to serve all who call the Western Cape home through culture affairs and sport. Despite the sad state of affairs, at a time when the national government closed schools and decided on warped regulations during hard lockdown, our MOD coaches from our mass participation, opportunity and access, development and growth program volunteered to assist with feeding across the province. We were the only province to do so, as we know that the meals received through the feeding programs at our schools were often the only wholesome meals learners received for the day. During the unprecedented times, surrounded by much uncertainty, we managed to retain the remuneration of these coaches, as we are fully aware that their families' livelihoods depend on it. For this reason, Speaker, I'm grateful to the officials, senior management team and our valued partners for ensuring that our after-school practitioners did not have to surrender their salaries at a time it was most needed, as they do exceptional work in instilling well-being and dignity, particularly in our more rural areas across the province. Additionally, they have done a sterling job in promoting public employment by providing hope, nurturing dreams and meaningful work experience for young people by creating first work opportunities for 18 to 25-year-old youth. I am therefore happy to announce that 5.5 million has been allocated to the after-school program to equip young people with the necessary skills and opportunities to access jobs. Last month saw 60 new Yebuneers start an induction week which will lead them into 3 months of training on work readiness skills, generic PC skills, transferable data skills, and confidence building office skills. The program, delivered in partnership with Capacity, is providing 62 unemployed youth aged between 18 and 25 with basic data administration, data labeling and data capture skills, and at the same time, exposure to a personal and professional development program and valuable first work experience. At the end of the 3 months, candidates are placed in an 8-month work experience and quarterly skills refreshers. The combination of these ensures all are ready to enter the world of work at the end of the experience. The almost 400 youth currently on the Year Beyond Primary School program have worked as teachers' assistants, literacy and numeracy tutors, and at-home learning activators this year. While gaining this experience, the youth are mentored to discover their superpowers and talents, find a career, and develop core work readiness competencies such as communication, teamwork, project management, and administrative skills. In the process of building these competencies, youth expand their social and economic networks and receive pathways, support into studies or employment. For this cohort, the service has culminated in 2 days of progression training, inclusive of learning how to write a winning CV and conducting oneself in an interview in October, and then a marketplace of 30 opportunity providers at UCT Graduate School of Business on the 13th of November. The marketplace was a huge success and provided something for everyone. Many of the cohort opt to remain in education, and 4 lucky candidates have been selected by NGO Numeric to receive full bursaries to study education and become math teachers. While studying, they will work as tutors supporting grade 7 learners in no-fee schools. This is just one example of the marketplace's impact on the youth. Speaker, this kind of pathway success is not a once-off approach. A 3-year alumni study found most alumni secured their next opportunity within 2.8 months of existing the program. 81% were economically active, 47% worked full-time, and 52% were studying part of full-time. 19% had secured a higher level qualification within 3 years. And as these young leaders enter the marketplace, around half of them continue to be active citizens volunteering in their communities. Speaker, the importance of enabling youth to be able to access opportunities to become contributors to the economy must be stressed. Many young people cannot afford or do not qualify for higher education and then become frustrated and bored and turn to social ills. We are trying to prevent this by offering our youth the opportunity to build up some all-important work experience, hone their job-seeking skills, and also give back at the same time by volunteering in their communities. In this way, we create opportunities for them to start their career paths, and we also contribute to the recovery of our economy while uplifting our communities. In a bid to save the livelihood of those we serve in our sector, the DECA has provided COVID-19 relief funding of 4.7 million to 715 successful arts, culture and heritage applicants and 1 million to 46 sport federations, 39 coaches, 11 technical officials and 24 athletes who successfully applied through the affiliated federations. This provision appears small in proportion, but indeed assisted our artists and athletes who were the last to return to their business, even in alert level 1, a great deal in retaining the dignity to provide for the family's well-being, while sport enthusiasts could continue to hone their high-performance skills. However, Speaker, the 10.5 billion SAA bailout would go a long way in providing the much-needed sustainable safety net for our artists who were severely devastated by cancelled and postponed gigs, events and programs. Despite this devastation, we have worked around the clock to do the very most with the very little that we do have as the sectors now safely reopen. As libraries remain closed until alert level 2, the approximate 4.4 million unspent funds received from the City of Cape Town will be used towards the finalization of the new Swellendam Library infrastructure project in the Overberg district. To be constructed at a cost of 12 million, the brand new 889 square meters library will have a community hall as well as computer room included and will cater to the growing Swellendam community and increasing opportunity in the region. We look forward to officially opening the state-of-the-art facility at the end of next year. As we now enter Reconciliation Month, we are happy to announce that 1 million was allocated to establish the resistance and liberation heritage routes in the Western Cape. This is inclusive of the Roads of Freedom route, which foregrounds Madiba's long walk to freedom, starting at the Robben Island Museum, which is already a World Heritage Site, the Drakensberg Correctional Services facility in Paarl, and the Cape Town City Hall. In addition, the Tussen die Riviere route will commemorate and officially acknowledge the resistance of the Khoi people in the province. As the sector now recovers, these routes aim to develop nation building and social inclusivity, while contributing to the local tourism economy by emphasizing the shared heritage of all South Africans and highlight how these sites of global significance assist in the understanding of development of coexistence in the Western Cape. Additionally, we expect the local, often rural communities around these sites, who often found themselves marginalized, to become instrumental in the conservation and interpretation of these sites. Speaker, despite all the devastating experience in the cultural affairs and sports sectors over the past months, it is clear that the arts, culture, heritage, sport and recreation are indeed essential for the well-being of everyone's mental health. We experience a world without sport, without entertainment in the forms of theatre productions and artist showcasing, all of which contribute to the provincial GDP as well as the greater South African economy, but more importantly, feeds the human spirit in a way little else can and does. With the resurgence of positive cases in the province, to highlight the important role of the arts, culture, affairs, sport and recreation, I share with the House a poem by Madhu Rukavendra, and I quote, "I don't mind being the non-essential. Even a child takes its mother for granted. It does not run back to its mother until it's hurt. Nobody first think of water when they arrive at an exquisite dinner party until they are choking. I don't mind being the non-essential, knowing you will come looking when things are broken and nothing else work. Art is non-essential until it is not. With the above in mind, we have a responsibility to protect the well-being of our artists, sport federations and recreation entities, and will not hesitate to take a safety-first approach to our operations over the coming months. We will continue monitoring the situation, and we are committed to work with our partners in ensuring the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our sectors. Affected events and programs will be minimized to ensure sustainability of the sector. Our main priority is to prevent a lockdown that would again devastate our economy and livelihoods. The most efficient and effective way to do so is through individuals, businesses and civil society playing their vital role in changing behavior so to safely move forward. As the fundamental department advocating for constructive and positive behavioral change through cultural affairs, sport and recreation, we take our role seriously in inspiring the much needed hope and motivation required to safely move forward. Speaker, as gazetted by the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, male and female initiation practices are prohibited for the duration of the national state of disaster. Guided by the prescribed national regulations, recommendations from the Department of Health, and consultation with the initiation forums across the province, the summer initiation season will unfortunately not go ahead as scheduled in compliance with the mandatory protocols currently in place. We will, however, be monitoring the situation on a daily basis and will communicate if any directives are received from the national government in this regard. Speaker, I now take this opportunity to thank our dedicated officials, valued partners and Cabinet colleagues for the exceptional collaborative work done in service of the people of the Western Cape, bringing into fruition innovative solutions in a response to unprecedented circumstances. We thank you wholeheartedly for creating the enabling environment needed to live healthier lifestyles and safe environments more prepared for tomorrow's economy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, our next speaker would have been Honorable Barnes. It's important that I mention here that Honorable Barnes is not feeling well, and as such, she's unable to join us. There's been a request formally to replace her as the speaker by Honorable Kama. We wish Honorable Barnes well. I now recognize Honorable Kama. Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, Speaker and members of the House. Speaker, the department has a key role in the provincial strategic plan and the vision-inspired priorities, particularly around VIP1, safe and inclusive communities, and VIP3 of empowering people. The department views social cohesion as the glue which binds a society together. The department has said that the concept forms the nucleus and centerpiece of the work of the department and will inform its approach in the strategic plan period. For the 2020 to 2025 strategic plan period, the department's approach to leverage this concept includes one, activities which give a sense of belonging, for example, cultural traditions, team participation, and shared purposes. And two, activities which give a sense of participation, for example, sport and recreation, arts, and after-school programs. Also, activities which engender a sense of trust, for example, good governance, clean administration, and achieving predetermined objective targets. Speaker, my biggest concern is that the department, through adjustments, is moving to an opposite direction to the plans outlined in the 5-year strategic plan. The department has cut the budgets of cultural affairs, library and archive services, and for sport and recreation program. The overall decrease to the department's budget is over 21 million rands. This is despite the identified needs for improvement in the department's functions as highlighted in the report titled, and I quote, "The Case for Sport in the Western Cape socio-economic benefits and impacts of sport and recreation, close quote. The report raised a number of concerns, including that of slower economic growth, troubled financial prospects nationally, including cuts in sport and recreation budgets from public sector funds, as well as a severe drought that has impacted negatively on sport fields and the use of facilities. It is also highlighted that the lack of physical education at schools remains to be one of the major impediments concerning sport and recreation and the general well-being of school children in the Western Cape. The adjusted estimates do not respond to the challenges raised. Millions for sport and recreation, particularly for the MOD program and school sport, have been shifted to other programs and used for expenditure such as to increase the transfer payment to the Cultural Commission due to loss of revenue resulting from COVID-19, to museums for provision made to supplement transfers to province-aided museums for audit fees and to pay for legal fees. This only proves that this department and the provincial government underrate and devalue the role of sport and recreation in the pursuit of social cohesion as highlighted in the strategic plan. President Mandela once said, and I quote, "Sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to the youth in a language they understand. Sport can create hope where once there was only despair," close quote. The Western Cape has been making national headlines for all the wrong reasons, including gender-based violence, gangsterism, and mass murders, as well as drug-related crime wars in the Cape Flats communities. There are also racial tensions in farming communities and schools, like we recently witnessed in the Brackenfell High School. And all these need the department's focus. The department's response to this is through budget cuts. The biggest cut is 19.9 million surrendered to the provincial revenue due to the reduction of compensation of employees. This is followed by a reprioritization of 5.5 million surrendered due to the impact of COVID-19 on sport, arts and culture sectors. There is 508,000 rand rollover from the 2019-2020 in respect of maintenance, utilities, and security at the shared facilities. Speaker, we have been consistent on our demands for the department to maintain sporting facilities in the working class communities. In the main appropriation, we raised conditions of poor and neglected sports facilities in Mitchell's Plain and surroundings. This budget is still silent on that. More on the revenue retention, the province receives 1 million from the National Heritage Council to establish the Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route in the Western Cape. This is a national memory project aimed at commemorating, celebrating, educating, promoting, preserving, conserving, and providing a durable testament of South Africans' road into independence. The provincial government must accelerate the implementation of this project. Moreover, 4.4 million is received from the city of Cape Town, which will be utilized towards finalization of the new Solendam Library Infrastructure Project. Again, we call on the dedicated focus towards building new library infrastructures in rural communities. Speaker, while we note some of the positive aspects of the budget adjustments, such as the 1.5 million for public employment for youth in the after-school project, as well as the 4 million rand to create first work opportunities for youth in the sport and recreation program, the ANC does not support the budget as it goes against the department's objectives highlighted in the strategic plan, as seen by the budget cuts for all programs. In closing, Speaker, the ANC is concerned by the recent announcement of the MEC, which was again echoed in the debate today by the MEC, of suspending all ritual initiations in the province. While the reasons may be understandable, however, such decisions need widespread consultations, not to make unilateral decisions. Therefore, Speaker, the ANC does not support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Xhego Ngonde.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is one department that we need to commend because it came here and accounted for its own doings. It didn't shift the goal posts and blame and telling us about the fairy tale stories of SAA, ESCOM, and everything else national. I think somehow maybe even the Premier of this province might learn a lot from this department in terms of accountability. It is safe also to say that the department, as much as it has accounted in front of us, it has not achieved much in this financial year. Almost all of its projects are reprioritized, and the reasons given is that it is due to efficiency gains, which does not make sense at all. Beyond that, funds were not spent because the department could not fill its posts. Under Program 4, which involves sports and recreation, 1 million rand, which could have been used to build sporting facilities in township, is now transferred elsewhere. This is so despite Western Cape townships lacking proper sporting grounds with proper facilities. Similarly, 100,000, which was earmarked for schools sport, is now shifted to be used to pay the legal fees, which is typical of a DA administration in terms of its priorities, whereby you to take whatever is necessary to be made in terms of investment in the communities, especially the poorest of the poor, but it will be utilized for legal battles in court. The money that could have been used by the department and to add value to build sporting facilities in township public schools is now used to pay some legal fees incurred by the department. And the very same department surrenders more than 19 million to the Provincial Revenue Fund.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Your time is up. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Murray.
Speaker, thank you. I rise in support of vote 13. The minister is a very active minister and she's doing her very best with a very minuscule budget. I do believe that you cannot blame somebody for not doing something he's never been empowered to do. The mention of cultural affairs pricked my ears, but we should leave sport to sport administrators. That's my personal view. Let's rather spend our budgets on promoting Cape culture like the jazz festivals of Adola Brand and Tony Shoulder, the crooning and musical talents of Agobi Martin, Talib Peterson, Zane Adams, Charles McWallace of Gone By Eras must be heard in Cape Town streets again. The Guma Guma music and the samba that brought the Cape to the world's attention as a tourist destination should be heard in our streets. It's not there. I only hear of Nico Malan.
Thank you, Honorable. I have painfully have to ask you to take your seat.
Is it a point of order, sir?
Your time is up.
Oh, jeez.
I was enjoying the samba, the kumba kumbas, the coons, but unfortunately, thank you very much.
Okay.
Premier says he enjoys that too. May I request, yeah, the Jazz Festival. May I request the Honorable Allen? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this third day of December 2020, I rise in support of Vote 13, Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport. On that note, I also wish Member Ayanda Barnes well in her recovery. But Speaker, we are reading from the same book today because I've also noted today is celebrated as International Day of Persons with Disabilities, an international observance promoted by the United Nations since 1992. This observance, as the speaker also highlighted, aims to promote an understanding of disability issues and mobilize support for dignity, rights, and well-being of persons with disabilities. It also seeks to increase awareness of gains to be derived from the integration of persons with disabilities in every aspect of political, social, economic, and cultural life. Speaker, Minister Marais has been at the forefront of advocating for persons with disabilities. Her track record speaks for itself. And as recently as 2 months ago, she empowered the Drakenstein municipality with 4 new libraries, including the new state-of-the-art Groen Heuvel Library, House of Learning. This new library, speaker, offers free braille and audio book services for people with temporary or permanent low vision, blindness, or any other physical disability that prevents them from reading or holding the printed page. Through you, Speaker, to the Minister, well done, as well as to all the officials within the department. Speaker, the Department of Cultural Affairs renders a frontline service to residents here in the Western Cape, and its service delivery footprint across the province continues to increase. When we consider budget vote 13 and note the decrease in the budget, one quickly realized that the debate over budget increases or decreases is so much more than just numbers on a page. It is more than just increasing or decreasing the budget. It's about the future we want. It's about the future that we need and want as South Africa. It's about the future that South Africa deserves. Speaker, the ANC highlighted the department's 5-year strategic plan, but they failed to properly assess the budget. The ANC failed to acknowledge the fact that 17.75 billion, I'm going to say again, the ANC failed to acknowledge the fact that 17.7 billion rand will be cut from the provincial equitable share of all provincial budgets in the second adjustment budget, from here to Gauteng to KZN, all over. Furthermore, Speaker, of which 1.53 billion will come directly from the provincial equitable share allocation of the Western Cape provincial government. This is surely not the South Africa that we deserve. So when we consider the decrease to vote 13, Speaker, and considering the effects of COVID-19, I commend the department on this budget that despite the decrease, the department remains true to its aim to encourage excellence and inclusivity in sport and culture through effective, efficient, and sustainable use of resources, despite the limitations that has been placed on the department on the Western Cape by an incompetent ANC national government. But Speaker, considering the aim of the department, it is evident that there is a belief that we are all connected, a belief that expresses itself in a conviction that each resident here in the province deserves to feel free, equal, and secure. And so, Speaker, the department contribute under Program 4, Sport and Recreation, a total of 5.5 million rand, of which 1.5 million for public employment in after-school services, by providing hope, nurturing dreams, and meaningful work for young people under the provincial policy priority for jobs. Furthermore, a 4 million, Speaker, for the youth service program by creating first work opportunities for 18 to 25-year-olds under the provincial policy priority on dignity. Speaker, we are the best run province in South Africa, and even under difficult financial pressures, as we believe in providing young people a hand up by working tirelessly to ensure that each and every person in our province is able to reach his or her dreams. In creating those conditions for young people to thrive, a capable state is required. Many young people in our country are aching for a national government that is free of corruption, where you are afforded opportunities to excel and where you are not merely given a job because you are connected to a certain political party. Speaker, I am further encouraged by the increased transfer payment to the Western Cape Cultural Commission. The Commission is key towards advising and assisting the Minister and the Department on the preservation, promotion, and development of arts and culture within various communities. The increased transfer towards sports federations should also be commended and welcomed. Speaker, as we all know, Sporting federations play a vital role in bringing communities together, and I have no doubt that the increased transfer of 1 million rand will go a little bit further to assist federations after a very challenging year, and go a long way towards rebuilding social cohesion. Furthermore, Speaker, I welcome the provision made to provincial aided museums and this provision to supplement operational costs due to under-collection of revenue as a result of the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, which shows the importance of museums all over the world. For centuries, Speaker, museums have played an integral role in preserving the history of our society. Exhibits tell us stories about how our nation, our communities, and our cultures come to be, and without them, those stories could be forgotten. And like Museum Speaker, preserving history based on some of the speeches here today, I'm afraid that some of us will be on the wrong side of history by declaring the objection to this vote. Speaker, fiscal space. Our fiscal space is severely depleted due to years of spending beyond our means by our national government, which means that debt services cost is rising faster than all other spending and will soon reach 33% of revenue by 2025 at the national level. But here in the Western Cape, Speaker, I believe that we will bounce back and that we will bounce up. In closing, I wish to commend the Minister and the outgoing HOD, Mr. Brent Walters, who has served as the head of department for the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport for the past decade. We wish him well in his endeavors for when he officially takes up his new role within government. And again, Speaker, a special thanks to Mr. Wasim Matthews, our committee procedural officer, as well as the Assistant Mary Ann Burgess for their assistance and help with the committee. Also to each and every member of this committee, thank you that we have been able to foster valuable relationships in working together towards effectively holding our government accountable. But in closing, Speaker, I support vote 13. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. I now recognize the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. First of all, I want to thank all the committee members under the professional leadership of Honorable Regan Allen for your positive attitude, always constructive, and it's wonderful to have you as an oversight committee. You are very, ek wil nou Afrikaans sê, Honorable Pieter Maree is altyd eerlik en op die man af en baie dankie daarvoor. I just want to mention that with the initiation, it was a very consultative process in coming to the decision. From the meeting the 2nd of December to the WhatsApp group with the forums, we also had a meeting with them in person, to taking their proposals and health recommendations to Cabinet, to sending official correspondence before releasing to the public domain. And I want also to say thank you, Honourable Kama, for standing in and for your contribution, and where I want to wish Honourable Barnes a speedy recovery. And then to Dr. Tlamuka. He is not here anymore. He left for KZN. In the absence of Dr. Tlamuka, who left our department, as I've said, thank you for your valuable input and the impact you have made in your department and heritage communities. And then to our HOD. HOD is not leaving the Western Cape. He's just leaving our department. And I wish him well in education. And thank you for changing our department to the award winner we are today. Thank you for your constant reminder of the starfish story. And I wish you well, and remember, DCAS will always be a safe haven if needed. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker will take over for a little while.
Thank you very much, Speaker. During the course of today's debate on vote 11 earlier today, Minister Mayer, in his reply to the debate, said something to the effect that the Honourable Member Maree has got more brains than all the opposition parties together, to which points of order were raised by different members of the opposition parties who felt offended by the remark. Although the remark wasn't directed at individual members, The inference can certainly be made that he was referring to members of the House belonging to opposition parties and that members of the opposition parties could understandably feel aggrieved by his comments. I am ruling that the comments falls within the ambit of Rule 58 and is regarded as being offensive, and I therefore request the Minister to withdraw the remark. Minister Mayor.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I respect the ruling and I therefore withdraw my remark.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I hand over back to the Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members. We now move to the next vote, and I would like to request the Secretary to read the next order.
Vote 8, Human Settlements, Western Cape Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill B7 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Honorable members, I would like to request the Minister of Human Settlements, Minister Simars, to address us.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable fellow Cabinet colleagues, Honorable members on both sides of the House, our virtual guests and media. It was exactly a year ago to the day when I addressed the House and said that my department and I are committed to improving the lives of the most vulnerable in our society. They are the elderly, people living with medically certified disabilities, those on the housing demand database for 15 years and longer, and our backyard dwellers. Today, I'm pleased to state that this has not changed in any way. Instead, our resolve to achieve this has become stronger, particularly since our country is faced with a host of challenges at the moment. Speaker, also allow me to acknowledge our persons who are living with disabilities on this International Day of Persons with Disabilities. I want you to know that you have always been part of the scaring Western Cape government's plans, and it will continue to be so. In fact, in all of our housing projects, we've included a 5% allocation for persons who are living with a medically certified disability, so that they are also afforded the opportunity to improve their lives significantly and able to live in dignity. As a department, our role is critical in changing people's lives for the better, especially since the difference we are making is tangible and life-changing. This is not something we are paying lip service to. Instead, our residents who've already benefited from housing opportunities this past year can attest to this. At the end of October, local Easter Rivier resident and former backyard dweller, Mr. Jonathan Cornelius, who moved into his brand new home in Forest Village, said, and I quote, "Just yesterday, I was living in a sinkhokkie with a bad roof leak, and today my life has changed for the better. I am very grateful to be living in my new house and want to say thank you to everyone who made it possible." In September, 62-year-old Mr. Kolishwa Patsu, a former resident of the Kanana informal settlement in Guguletu, who also moved to Forest Village in East River, said, and I quote, "This is a great day. I no longer have to live on the water, and my many years of suffering in Kanana are over. I'm truly grateful to God and the ministry for changing my life." Close quote. Speaker, here we are seeing individuals from different backgrounds and communities coming together to live as one in a new area. These are the examples why our aim is to continue on this journey of drastically changing people's living conditions. Over the last few months, we've had to face a myriad of challenges, with some being quite combative. This did not in any way stop us from engaging our residents, nor did it prevent us from ensuring housing opportunities are created. Speaker, since I commenced as Minister, I've committed to 4 key drivers, and these are still, firstly, a radical acceleration of housing opportunities, which will ensure a radical implementation of innovative solutions to ensure that happens, an integrated approach to human settlements, and lastly, the radical empowerment and job creation. Hierdie is uiters belangrik, want dit spreek tot ons doelwitte as 'n regering om te verseker dat werk, veiligheid en meer as dit mense se waardigheid herstel en verseker kan word. Speaker, vir baie blyk dit onmoontlik is op die huidige uitdagings te oorkom en dalk so met goeie rede, want dis nie die mooiste prent op die oomblik nie, maar ons wil hierdie huis verseker dat 'n meer vasbeslote en gedrewe regering sal jy nie kry nie, want die werk wat gedoen word is nie vir onsself nie, maar wel vir die inwoners van die Weskaap. Speaker, we all know what impact COVID-19 and our poor economy is having on our budgets. In fact, listening to Minister Mania on the 26th of November this year, delivering the MTBPS, he used the term cut no fewer than 17 times during his speech. Speaker, for a moment, I wanted to interject and ask you to remove the scissors from his hand. But we all know we are in this economic mess due to the ANC's inability to govern and all-round corrupt practices for the last 26 years. Die Weskaap is die enigste helder lig wat nog in Suid-Afrika skyn. En dit het duidelik deurgekom toe minister Meyer ons toegespreek het. With that said, I'm pleased to inform this House that as part of our adjustment, we've allocated 19 million rand to municipalities to accelerate housing opportunities. 10 million rand is allocated to the Saldanha Bay municipality for the Langebaan Seaview Park extension, while 9 million rand is allocated to the Esoko municipality for bulk services of the Melkout Contain project. In addition to this, a further 16.8 million rand from the department's own revenue has been allocated to infrastructure projects, which directly ensures that jobs are protected in the construction industry. The department has also agreed with the developers of the Conradi BLM to accelerate the installation of bulk infrastructure, and therefore an additional amount of 25.9 million rand was moved forward from the 2021-2022 financial year to this financial year. This will further ensure that more jobs are created, while the construction program for this project is also being accelerated. Further to this, more than 2.9 million rand has been allocated to augment the HSDG to cover the additional costs due to COVID-19 pandemic, while more than 8.7 million rand has been allocated to the Rental Housing Tribunal to further strengthen their efforts and delivery of the much-needed services. Speaker, I must add that the Rental Housing Tribunal recently celebrated 20 years of existence, and to commemorate this occasion, we've incorporated the use of technology to ensure that more residents with rental disputes are assisted effectively and efficiently. This year, we commenced with virtual hearings to accelerate the current caseload. Along with this is the completion of the very first Rental Housing Tribunal web and mobile app solution, which forms part of the Western Cape Government's e-services portal. This solution will enable citizens to register and track a complaint online. Speaker, these appropriations not only speak to our 4 key drivers, but they also address, as Premier Wendy puts it, our North Stars, which is jobs, safety, and well-being, which ultimately restores our people's dignity. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to officially welcome the recent announcement by the National Minister of Human Settlements that the decision has been taken to allocate 150 million rand to the Western Cape Department of Human Settlements to fast-track informal settlement upgrading as well as the rapid land release program. Even though there was no clear guidance on how the latter will be implemented, we are already putting plans together to roll out what we will term the Western Cape Enhanced Services Sites program. My department is working closely with key stakeholders to prioritize areas and projects, both in the metro and non-metro areas, to rapidly deliver these enhanced service sites. By ultimately allocating enhanced service sites in lieu of top structures to qualifying beneficiaries, and I need to emphasize qualifying beneficiaries, this additional funding will assist to accelerate delivery at a time when it is needed the most. A lot of projects which are implementation ready or have all the readiness requirements, such as bulk services and development rights, zonings, and others in place, could not proceed due to the previous budget cuts. These projects will now be allowed to continue with a special focus on the acceleration of the provision of service sites and on the upgrade of existing informal settlements. The department has already scoped 60 informal settlements which are at various stages of readiness. And we are in the process of engaging those municipalities and communities to identify which projects have the procurement completed or where existing work packages can now be expanded to accommodate the increased scope. The department has also developed some audio-visual material to assist communities on how to build better structures for the self-build options under the Better Living Challenge initiative for those beneficiaries who will only be receiving service stands. This will ensure that safer structures are built, but also that the municipalities will be able to access the structures quickly in the event of a fire or any form of other disasters. The first pilot pop-up builds with all stakeholders present will take place during December in Moreesburg, which is in the Swartland municipal area, and Grabouw, which is in the Theewaterskloof municipality. Speaker, dis ook vir hierdie rede waarom die gebruik van volhoubare en alternatiewe boutegnologie nie meer geïgnoreer kan word nie. Veral as ons daarop ingestel is om teen 'n vinniger pas behuisingsgeleenthede aan die mees kwesbaarste en verdienstelike begunstigdes moontlik te kan maak. Sustainable building technology addresses cost and time saving while also protecting the environment. At the same time, our most deserving residents are benefiting, but at an accelerated pace. An example of this we'll soon see at our Transhex catalytic project site in Worcester. We dare not allow ourselves to be stuck in the past. Instead, we ought to embrace the future if we are to continue being successful and creating opportunities at an accelerated pace. While keeping with all COVID protocols, I trust and encourage that all standing committee members will come and witness these events. In conclusion, Speaker, it is important that I highlight a particular matter. For the current financial year, we have already spent more than 74% of our housing development budget. This is 10% more than the previous financial year during the same period, and we are the only province that have spent this much so far. All of this, even though the COVID pandemic brought our sites to a complete standstill for more than 2 months. Speaker, the reality is that the national ANC-led government is leading us further into the abyss, and I have to call on our people to bring about the change across the country, particularly in failing municipalities. This is critical, as we want to ensure that the type of quality service delivery that most residents of the Western Cape are enjoying can also be experienced by others. Speaker, throughout my address today, I chose not to highlight our enormous budget cuts. Our people can clearly see that bailing out an airline is more important to the ANC-led national government than improving their lives. Over the last few days, the Esokwa municipality handed over more than 90 title deeds. One of the beneficiaries waited for 48 years to celebrate that joyous day. Due to the cuts to our title deed restoration grant, with the last one being over 23 million rand, many Western Cape residents will not have the opportunity to receive their title deed, which means they'll never be fully fledged legal homeowners. The ANC-led national government do not regard this, nor our citizens, as a priority. Speaker, the inactions by the ANC and its good coalition partner is a clear portrait of what a leaderless world of bureaucratic bourgeoisie is. The National Democratic Revolution, of which most opposition parties indirectly refer to over the last 2 days, is a failed Soviet model for the advancement of a developing country towards socialism. The fact that the NDR model died with the USSR and today is ridiculed by Russia has clearly not reached the ANC, its good alliance partner, or the EFF, as they are happily stuck in the 1950s and 60s, as can be seen by their support for the bailout of our zombie state-owned enterprises. The ANC, the good coalition partner, and the EFF schools are no more than perverse quasi-socialism that is ruthless in the treatment of the working class and the poor at large. The EFF is in fact already demonstrating, and without any shame, their fascist agenda, which part of it is that anyone who disagrees with them will be met with intimidation and violence. The ANC Good Alliance is hot on its heels. They have a strong desire to take power out of the hands of the people while pretending to place it in its hands. The expropriation of land without compensation is an excellent example of them seeking to ensure that you never own any land, and instead you should lease it from the state. Who will be benefiting? This bourgeoisie pretending to care? Speaker, we have a track record, and part of it is the caring nature and approach of this DA-led government. We are a clear antithesis of this perverse quasi-socialistic approach. As to us, our people truly matters, more so in the Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Lily.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Maybe let me start by saying shame on you, MEC, for trying to on your budget vote today. I rise on behalf of the Congress movement to give input, either to support or not, or to decline support for vote 8 of this budget. Mr. Speaker, South Africa attained political freedom in 1994, and the ANC has worked tirelessly for the total liberation through the transformation of the state machinery with the principle of equality, human rights guaranteed in the basic law of the land. While progress has been made to extend basic services to the majority, apartheid special economic and settlement patterns largely remained unchanged. Our poverty is color conscious and remains largely black. National development policies to ensure social emancipation and spatial integration have been largely blocked by the DA government in the province. The budget proposal presented in the House today are aimed at maintaining a society largely characterized by the neo-colonialism of a special type, wherein the black majority continue living in the rural outskirts and the Cape Flats as far away as possible from the CBD and other places of opportunity. The economic impact of COVID-19 has exacerbated the spate of land grabs, as some people could no longer afford. The increased number of new information. Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
We can. We will just have to leave the mic alone.
Sorry.
Then you can speak. Please proceed, Honorable Lily. Your network there is problematic, sir.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
Okay. Yes. The budget proposal in the same House today aimed at the economic impact of COVID-19 has exacerbated exacerbated the spate of land grabs as some people could no longer afford rent. The increased number of new informal settlement dwellers in the province places a strain on this department and the municipalities to ensure provisions of basic services like water and sanitation amid the second wave of COVID-19 infections. The budget does not make provision for this purpose, except for the 16.8 million from the retention of previous years. This is now earmarked to augment the Human Settlements Development Grant to cover the additional cost due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This budget clearly shows that the department and the DA government flatly refuse to implement the de-densification of densely populated settlement, particularly the informal settlement. Majority of the COVID-19 hotspot areas are surrounded by informal settlement. The failure of this department to provide basic services and to the informal settlements make the MECs and the provincial government contributed greatly and may be capable of COVID-19 infections and death. The DA has made the biggest noise about the reduction to the title deeds restoration grant. In the process, the unhonorable members have been spreading false information. The facts are that national government made it very clear from the onset that the title deed restoration grant will end in 2020 to 2021. The grant established mechanism proposes and capacity within each province to help eradicate the backlog in the providing little title deeds to subsidized houses delivered before 2014. The funds from this grant will be shifted back into the Human Settlement Development Grant from 2021 to 2022, which will fund the Housing Eradication Initiative. This is not to defend the national government. I am trying to clarify some of the misconception spread by the DA. If they were serious about the title deeds restoration program, why didn't they make provision on this budget to sustain it? More funds from the program, which could have been used to sustain the program, have been shifted to other programs, for example, such as provision for clearly retirement without penalization of the previous head of department, in line with Chapter 8 of the Public Service Handbook for Senior Management Services. Another way in which the DA is misleading the public is through the implementation of the cowardice better living model. On these adjustments,
Honorable Lily,
yes.
Your time is up, sir.
Can I round up?
Yes, round up and put your microphone off.
Okay. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, submitted.
Yeah, your line is terrible. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Lily. We hope that next time you'll connect in a better location. Yeah, thank you very much, honorable members. I now recognize Honorable Makamba Boje.
Thank you, Speaker. The Department of Human Settlement has long ago failed to take the poor people of Western Cape serious. After cutting its budget by more than 200 million in the last adjustment budget, there only appears to be an increase of 19.5 million in this recent adjustment. It is high time that the department understands that the provision of housing is a constitutional duty that is mandatory. The department is not being asked to do people favors. It is asked to fulfill the reason for its existence. Speaker, it cannot be that every time when questions are asked regarding the provision of housing, then we are being told the same old story that parcels of land have been identified, and then that is the end of the story. Speaker, when questions are asked about de-desertification projects of informal settlement, we get the same old answer which has become a glitch. The same department, Speaker, which prides itself of being committed to accelerating service delivery, appears to be accelerating backwards whilst turning the provincial housing projects into a joke. On that note, Speaker, the EFF will not support vote number 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boja. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Maseko. Oh, excuse me. Ukoloma Maseko. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Mare in the chamber.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise in support of vote 8. South Africa is fast becoming a sinking vessel, overloaded with thieves and corruptors of unimaginable proportions. To criticize the DA for not building adequate housing is like blaming a poor abused wife for not serving leg of lamb or crayfish to a husband who squanders his money on alcohol. If the Western Cape is to stop the city from qualifying as the world's slum capital, we need to define what Article 26(1) means when it says everyone has a right to adequate housing. What constitutes adequate? Is plastic and cardboard adequate? If not, why is it legal? Anything less than adequate should then be illegal, a privilege and not a right. Municipal bylaws should therefore be drafted to determine procedures to acquire adequate housing. If he doesn't do this, we will certainly be the capital of slums.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in an already challenging year, the decision by the national government to immediately downscale the development of housing opportunities across the country has placed further burdens on the Provincial Department of Human Settlements and indeed all provinces. Too often, it is left to provinces to deal with the fallout of poor management and political decisions made at a national level. The provincial government, however, has done everything within its power to give the most vulnerable a dignified home in the Western Cape. It is proved the excellent work of the department that despite budget cuts imposed by national government, the provincial budget is set to increase by 19.5 million rand. The work of the department is at the forefront of delivering dignity to the people of the Western Cape. And the self-financing of 16.8 million for the Human Settlement Development Grant means that the department will be able to keep delivering housing opportunities even after national government initially cut the budget by more than 44 million in the first adjustment. A further 25 million has been brought forward from the 2021-2022 budget for the Conradi Better Living model because this development is moving forward faster than anticipated. This is the type of innovative service delivery that we need from government, both nationally and provincially, because it brings together affordable housing, access to employment opportunities, all within a safe, dignified community. Speaker, it appears that the ANC has backtracked on its promises of housing opportunities and land for the people of South Africa. The national government has cut a staggering 23 million from the highly successful title deed restoration grant for this year and has now announced that the conditional grant will be completely scrapped because national government does not have the money to correct the special inequalities that plague this country. It does, however, have the money to fund the so-called business rescue plan for SAA for 10.5 billion. We have here the honorable leader of the opposition try to explain away that this is not a bailout. In whatever ways he and the ANC would like to put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. And it's still a zombie SOE that devours taxpayers' funds with zero return. The reality, Speaker, is South Africa has been on a steep slope in its fiscal trajectory for some time. Difficult decisions have to be made, and Western Cape is not immune to that. The Western Cape has championed the fiscal sustainability by spending responsibly. This province, under the leadership of Premier Alan Winde, showcased leadership skills which are scarce commodities for the rest of our country. Whilst Gauteng was digging graves for their communities, the Western Cape gave hope to our communities. We showcased the fighting spirit that contributed towards every citizen in our province in fighting the pandemic. However, human settlements is sadly also not immune to the fiscal looting of our country, which we experience under the ANC. On the other hand, title deeds are crucial if the Western Cape is going to be able to improve the social economic status of the majority of its citizens. A house is a way of giving people that which has long been denied to them, a home, the possibility of building generational wealth. The national government freezing of financing for future developments and the fact that the development now needs to seek permission from national government for every development will slow down the entire process. There is financial strain not only due to COVID-19 and its effects, but also the poor financial management of the ANC-led national government. New and innovative solutions need to be found if the most vulnerable are going to receive not only a roof over their heads, but also the security that the roof will not be taken from them. It appears that these solutions will have to come from the Western Cape province. Government officials and members of this House need to band together and work for the people for this province. The 23 million cut from the title deeds grant has already cost more than 5,800 people the opportunity to own their homes. Speaker, in my own constituency, more than 890 homes were built by the provincial government at the Roy Dake Housing Development in Grabo on land owned by National Department of Public Works government. Despite the fact that development first broke ground 9 years ago, title deeds are still not handed over to the beneficiaries because Minister Delil still has to transfer ownership of the land parcel to the municipality. While Minister Delil was mayor of the city of Cape Town, she often called on the National Department of Public Works to transfer its land to the province. Now that she has the authority to do so, Minister Delil is dragging her feet, championing the snail pace. But Speaker, the point of this is not to critique national government's role in housing developments in the Western Cape, but rather call on national governments to work with us. We need national government as the largest custodian of land to grant us or housing development agency with power of attorney and transfer land to the Western Cape government in order to unlock the potential that land parcels such as Wingfield, Kullenberg, and Denel have. These parcels, if developed for mixed housing opportunities, will see the special inequalities in this province begin to close. It would bring household earning less than 22,000 a month close to the economic opportunities and public services. I also call on the provincial department to play its roles in leveraging projects to further integrate women in the construction of housing developments. The department is set to spend more than 2 billion on housing developments in this financial year. By using business owned and operated by women and the youth, the department has the opportunity to deliver not only homes, but business development to construction companies and economically uplift women in a sector which has for far too long marginalized them. It is up to each and every one of us to play a part too. The public sector and private sector must both contribute to meaningful support for a shared future we can look forward to in a very uncertain present time. A whole of society approach is the key now more than ever. A return to essential human virtues of being united and compassionate as we strive to achieve a common goal, because by truly following the rules, you are saving others too. Let's keep flattening the curve. In closing, I would thank the department for their hard and often underappreciated work. To Minister Simas, the HOD, and all officials, I also want to congratulate the Housing Tribunal in celebrating 20 years. In 20 years, this entity has assisted 35,000 cases and yet more than 16,000 between 2015 and 2020. Thank you again for your dedication. As the chairperson of the Standing Committee, I would also like to thank members of the committee for their contribution in overseeing this incredible important work of the executive. Speaker, the DA supports this budget and I salute you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Maseko. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to all the members who have been part of the deliberations. And I will now reflect on some of the inputs, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, Honorable Speaker, it is ironic that both the ANC and the EFF seemingly focus on that which they are actually part of the problem in the Western Cape. There was reference made to constitutionalism, and certain segments were quoted by, among others, the EFF, Honorable Speaker. But one needs to ask ourselves, when we talk of informal settlements, and we have identified 60 across the Western Cape, it is those settlements which were born due to a need for a human settlement or housing opportunity. Not settlements which we have noted over the lockdown period, which were driven by opportunists, criminal elements, and even by certain political parties who do not even respect the rule of law, but yet they want to talk in this house about a constitution. Honorable Speaker, the ANC, the EFF, and all their coalition partners are no more than are advocates of no more than perverse quasi-socialism, because they've invaded land illegally. They've erected structures illegally. This at the cost of law-abiding beneficiaries who have been on the waiting list for many, many years. This is ruthless in its treatment of the working class, but more ruthless of our poor people. And yet they want to be the vanguards of the poor. They are no more than opportunists, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, when we reflect on where we have been, and even now with the second adjustment budget, even with the budget cuts impact on us as a department, we've managed to deliver. We've managed to deliver to qualifying beneficiaries, and we've engaged these communities honestly and transparently. Because as the Minister, together with the Standing Committee, together with all the members of this House, as honourable members, our first and foremost duty is to act in the interest of our law-abiding citizens. Something which so many sadly tend to forget when they stand up and utter certain aspects which they believe we are doing wrong. But yet in Afrikaans, dan sê ons, jy is die sienende blind en die horende doof. And that I think is what the ANC, the EFF and the other coalition partners they share actually tend to forget at the moment. But Madam Honourable Speaker, as I conclude, Let me thank the Standing Committee for the important role that they play, and for those specific members who actually do take the opportunity to attend the Standing Committee to exercise their oversight role instead of standing up in this House and making utterances without having all the facts. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to thank the chairperson of the Standing Committee who holds me and my department accountable, because without accountability, we could have never seen the good quality governance which this DA-led provincial government has done over the last decade. But last and not the least, I would like to thank firstly my HOD, my chief directors, all levels of the staff component within the human settlements fraternity within the Western Cape, my staff in the ministry, but more so my family, because if anything, what COVID-19 has shown us, if we stand together, if we practice the safety which is required, but we focus on the job at hand, then we can continue to take our communities forward. But the value of family intertwines through all of us, because the value of family will ensure the value which I think we all aspire to at the end of the day, which is the value of a living and ensuring a better and quality life for all our residents in the Western Cape. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable the Minister. At this stage, Honorable Members, we have just concluded this particular debate on this vote, and I would like to request the Secretary to read the 7th order of the day.
Consideration of votes and schedules. Western Cape Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill B7 2020.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Honorable members, I have to announce that in the House we have 23/7, so we have 34 members present. 34 members present, and the breakdown is as follows. The DA 23, ANC 7, EFF 1, Good 1, ACTP 1, FF plus 1, Al-Jamar 0. So that is the 34 members present, and that entitles the House to a vote. And in case there is a need for us to vote, we do have a quorum. I would like to, at this stage, establish with the members whether are there any objections to the individual votes and schedule of the Western Cape Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill.
No.
No objections.
No objections?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Oh,
No.
thank you.
Definite yes.
Thank you. I see the hand of the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC in the chamber, and I also see the hand of the Chief Whip of the ANC. May I acknowledge the Chief Whip? The ANC Chief Whip, Honorable Leka?
Chair, am I audible?
Yes, you are, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. There is an objection, Chair.
All right, thank you. Seeing that there's an objection, honorable members, there's no request for a division, so we note the objection of the ANC.
And the EFF.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members.
Speaker, and please note the EFF also.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Pocha. With the objection of the ANC and the objection of the EFF will be noted. Therefore, the votes and schedule of the Western Cape Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill is therefore approved. Honorable members, I request that the Secretary read the 8th order of the day.
Finalization of the Western Cape Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill B7 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Honorable members, I recognize the Honorable Minister of Finance. There is no speakers list. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I propose that the Western Cape Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill, Bill 7 of 2020, including the clauses and the short title, be finalized.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, as I indicated, there are no speakers list. Are there any objections to the bill, the clauses, and short title being finalized?
No.
Objections? Yes.
No.
There's an objection. No. No.
Thank you, honorable
Yes.
members. Thank you. I recognize that there are objections. The ANC has indicated here, the Deputy Chief Whip in the chamber. Are there any other objections? No
Yes,
objections?
Speaker.
Honorable Makamba Boja. Is that an objection?
That is an objection, Somlo.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boja. Honorable members, we have noted and recorded the objection of the ANC and that of the EFF, and the Secretary will read the bill.
Western Cape Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Thank you, honorable members. I have to announce that the bill has been approved, and as a result, the bill will be sent to the Premier for assent. Thank you, honorable members. We're moving fast. I'm impressed. Now the Secretary will read the 9th order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Budget Committee on the Division of Revenue Second Amendment Bill B24 2020 NCOP.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Order, honorable members. The House received the report of the Budget Committee on the Division of Revenue Second Amendment Bill conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP not to support this bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford the political parties represented here an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish, and this will be no longer than 3 minutes. I now recognize the ANC. No objections? Okay. No speakers?
Chair.
Okay. The Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress in the Western Cape hereby support the division, the adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip of the ANC. I now recognize the EFF.
Somlomo, we are not in support.
Thank you, Honorable Member Makamba Boja. Honorable members, I now recognize the Good Party.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we support the Division of Revenue Bill. We do not support the Budget Committee's position. I do want to raise a concern about the report that we've been asked to receive, or the mandate that we've been asked to support. The mandate that is before Parliament is flawed. The report has several errors in it, and it is surprising to me that this mandate is what was presented to the NCOP by our representatives last week, before the mandate was given to our representatives. In particular, the Budget Committee recommended that the bill be rejected for a number of reasons. Amongst those reasons is that there's a 65.7 million rand net decrease in conditional grants. and this is false. There was a net increase of conditional grants to the Western Cape in the amount of 81.9 million rand. The Budget Committee also recommended that the bill be rejected because it claims that the Provincial Roads and Infrastructure grant will be cut by 61 million rand. The committee claims that this will affect services such as road infrastructure. This is also false. The bill proposes to increase the Provincial Roads Infrastructure grant by 61.3 million rand. So, Speaker, to some extent, it's an embarrassment that this is the report that is before Parliament, and that there's a proposal that it be approved given the errors. I don't see how the report can be approved, and with its factually incorrect. The basis for it being the basis for the committee rejecting the Division of Revenue bill is factually incorrect, and I suggest that this report be sent back. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP do support the Division of Revenue bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I recognize the FF+.
Speaker, the FF+ support the Division of Revenue bill.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. Honorable members, I recognize Al Jama. Still absent. Honorable members, I recognize the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, today we consider the report of the Budget Committee on the Division of Revenue Second Amendment Bill B24/2020 NCOP, the bill, which contains the final mandate of the committee on the bill. The Budget Committee, having considered the subject of the bill referred to it, recommends that the House confers on the Western Cape's delegation in the NCOP the authority not to support the bill, and the African National Congress expressed its minority view that it supports the bill in committee. In the second budget adjustment, the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant, which we received from national government, was cut by 61 million rand. The agricultural grants for poverty relief, land reform, and agricultural support was cut by almost 1.6 in total. Our title deeds restoration grant was cut by the national government by 23 million rand. The net decrease of the national conditional grants in total is 66 million in the second adjustment budget. And should members look for the conditional grant cuts, they can be found on pages 5, 7, 9, 71, 10, 11, 73, 69, and 12 of the bill itself. And they are also able to then find the views of what the grants contain in the bill next to the name of the grant. Further, there's been a 2.3 billion rand reduction in the Western Cape budget for the compensation of employees, and Provincial Treasury then used a Provincial Revenue Fund to cushion these cuts, bringing the net reduction of the provincial equitable share to 1.5 billion rand. Finally, I would like to thank our procedural officer, Ms. Wasima Kamish Ahmed, in the Budget Committee for hard work and dedication to accountability in our Parliament, the Minister, HODs, and officials of Provincial Treasury for helping us make the Western Cape province for jobs, safety, and dignity, and wish all members a safe and joyful holiday season. Speaker, I ask the House to accordingly support and ratify the decision of the Budget Committee to not support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you to the DA, Honorable Bartman. All right, can we please make sure that our microphones are off? Honorable members, the question put before the House is that the report of the Budget Committee on the Division of Revenue, Second Amendment Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP not to support this bill, be ratified and be adopted by this House. Are there any objections?
Yes.
No. Yes.
No objections.
Yes.
Honorable members, thank you. I put the question. Thank you. Those in favor of the report being ratified and adopted, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. I don't hear you.
No, Speaker.
Those in favor of the report being ratified and adopted, please. Those in favor of the report being ratified and adopted, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Those in favor of the report being ratified and adopted, those not in favor of the report being ratified and adopted, please say no.
No.
The ayes have it. Thank you. I think the ayes have it.
We've
Then
got
the
it.
question is been approved. Now, the report on the Budget Committee on the Division of Revenue Second Amendment Bill has therefore been adopted. Now, honorable members, I will request the Secretary to read the next order.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on Community Safety, Cultural Affairs and Sport on the customary initiation bill B7B 2018 NCOP.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Order, honorable members. The House received the report of the Standing Committee on Community Safety, Cultural Affairs and Sports on the customary initiation bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford political parties represented here an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. This shall not be more than 3 minutes each. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. It's Member Kama. The ANC supports the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF does support the report.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Poche. I now recognize the Good Party.
Thank you, Speaker. We support the report.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I now recognize the ACDP.
Speaker, support, ACDP support.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. I now recognize FF Plus.
Speaker, FF Plus supports it.
Your microphone, Honorable Marais, is it working?
Support it, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Marais. Thank you. I recognize the Al-Jamar is absent, so I now recognize the DA.
Speaker, thank you. I firstly wish to thank all the committee members for their commitment in ensuring that under difficult circumstances and tight time frames imposed by the NCOP, that the committee was able to conclude its final mandate on the customary initiation bill. Speaker, leading up to our negotiating mandate, the committee submitted a number of amendments after receiving input from various stakeholders, including the public and the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport.
Okay.
Speaker, we made some of our amendments that were proposed to the Department of Traditional Affairs is that the bill should sufficiently address the obstacles for the accessibility of emergency medical services to initiation sites in remote areas. Speaker, this was supported by the Department of Traditional Affairs. Secondly, the bill should reference the national environmental health norms and standards for premises and acceptable monitoring standards for environmental health practitioners to acknowledge the powers and responsibilities given to the Minister of Health regarding the conditions of circumcisions. This was also supported by the department. Another one was that the bill should state that all relevant tests are to be concluded before a medical certificate will be issued prior to the initiation process. The bill should also address the confidentiality measures to be in place to safeguard the information contained in a medical certificate. This was also supported. Furthermore, the bill should address clear guidelines for interprovincial cooperation and collaboration and detail the effects of medical certificates being issued in the province, different to where an initiate is entered into an initiation school. This was also supported. We further suggested to the NCOP that the bill should state that no child or any person should be forced or coerced to undergo virginity testing as part of an initiation process. This was also supported by the department. Lastly, another one, Speaker, is that the bill should include other types of abuse and not just reference to mental and physical abuse, or use the term abuse to refer to all types of abuse. The bill should set out measures at initiation schools to prevent harmful practices, such as those that equate to sexual or gender-based violence. The objectives of the bill should therefore also purposefully aim to prevent sexual abuse and all other forms of abuse. The Department of Traditional Affairs also supported that amendment from our committee. Thank you so much again to our procedural staff as well, Wasim Matthews and everyone that helped us in this regard. It was under COVID lockdown, but we managed to do our work even via our oversight committees in order to see how we can come together as a committee. So I am thankful to the committee, and I will call upon this House Speaker to ratify the final mandate as unanimously supported by the committee. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. Honorable members, I have to indicate to the House that we still quorate at this stage with 34 members in the House. I wish to put the question which is before us, that the report of the Standing Committee on Community Safety, Cultural Affairs and Sports on the Customary Initiation Bill conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill be ratified and adopted. Are there any objections to this bill, to this report?
No.
No.
No objections. Agreed to. Honorable members, the report of the Standing Committee on Community Safety, Cultural Affairs and Sport on the Customary Initiation Bill has been adopted as such. Honorable members, the Secretary will read the 11th order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters on the Traditional Courts Bill, B1D 2017, Section 76.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Honorable members, the House received a report of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters on the Traditional Courts Bill conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP not to support this bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford an opportunity to make a declaration if the political parties so wish to do so, and this shall not be more than 3 minutes. I now recognize the ANC. Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we were extremely disappointed that the majority of the Standing Committee were reluctant to come out in support of this bill. Not only did we have public hearings, but a number of the issues that had been raised were responded to by the Department of Justice, who is overseeing this particular process. And the issues that were raised were actually addressed in regard to those responses. So on the side of the ANC, we support the bill, and we are disappointed that the majority of the committee has decided to confer a mandate not to support this bill. We believe that it's absolutely critical that traditional courts throughout South Africa and in our province are provided for and regulated in the way that this bill seeks to achieve, and therefore we would want our objection to the view that the Standing Committee has adopted to be noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition. Honorable members, I now recognize the EFF.
Somloma, the EFF will abstain from this declaration.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Pocha. I now recognize the Good Party.
Speaker, we have no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I recognize the ACDP.
Speaker, ACDP abstain. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I recognize FF Plus.
Speaker, the FF Plus will abstain because this is a situation where one cultural group is asked to judge other cultural groups, to judge their culture and what they are supposed to be allowed to do and not. And until this is stretched out to affect all cultures, not just certain cultures, it's difficult to say, let's set this as a standard where all minorities are treated equally, but only certain people have these courts, only certain people have certain powers belonging to certain groups. And for that reason, I rather abstain from voting on this.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. Al Jamar is absent. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to give input into this bill. Speaker, I actually led the committee when we conducted oversight visits and on this bill and public hearings on this bill. And there was general consensus from everyone. And I mean, the traditional leaders, as we all know in the Western Cape, and a majority of them had a strong support for the national governing party. And they were abhorred. In fact, they were disgusted that to be given 2 or 3 days notice in the first public hearings, which is what the National Council of Provinces gave us, on such an important bill. You give traditional, it shows the disrespect the national government has for traditional leaders by expecting them in 2 or 3 days to read the bill and then give form an opinion. And that was the first out of many. I can go on. But the committee has read through the bill, we had public hearings, and the Department of Justice did respond to some of our concerns. But I think the most important one were the constitutional issues which the bill did not address. In fact, if you, and I know Member Dagmo did do it via you, Speaker, in the report from the NCOP, a lot of provinces with strong traditional leadership has raised serious concerns about some of the aspects of the bill. The department did respond. In fact, now quote from the chairperson's response. The chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Speaker, she said, the chairperson noted that the issues raised as concerns by provinces should find expression in the regulations. Close quote. Now, Honorable Speaker, there is no way when members of all the provinces raise serious issues of a bill that your answer to the issues is it will find expression in the regulations. That's not how you pass laws. The issues need to be addressed in the bill and not in the regulations. Now, wish to raise that these matters in the bill has still not be addressed. And what we find that the members, the majority of the members, which has been in public hearings, which has been in the committee, did find that those issues were serious enough that they cannot be trusted with individuals and persons to address it in the regulations. And that's why we could not find any good reason to support the bill. On the constitutional matters that was raised, our committee is the constitutional committee. And when the matter of constitutional are being raised, and here's one of the matters that was raised, there was the understanding between customary law and how it can exist within the current constitutional framework. And the response was from the department in writing, was they merely noted it. And I find it serious, and I hope other members of this parliament or any parliament would find serious exception that when the constitutional matters are being raised, that the only thing the department can say, they noted it. It's not to be noted, it needs to be addressed. Therefore, based on the facts, Honorable Speaker, we could not support this bill, and I ask the members of this House to accept our finding. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mackenzie. Honorable members, we still have 34 members present. Now we are proceeding. The question put before the House is that the report of the Standing Committee on Premier in Constitutional Matters on the Traditional Courts Bill conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP not to support this bill be ratified and adopted. Are there any objections to the report?
No.
No objections.
No. All right. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Those in favor of the report being ratified and adopted, please say A.
A.
Those not in favor of the report being ratified and adopted, please say no.
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 The A's have it. Now, I think because there were objections raised, those objections will be noted. But now, on the question that has been put, it has been approved.
I'm still in a meeting, eh? The two of us will.
Aye. Switch off your microphone, honorable member.
No,
Thank
it's
you.
fine, it's fine. You will see.
Honorable Van Vogel. Asseblief toch. Baie dankie hoor. Honorable members, the report of the Standing Committee on Premier and Constitutional Matters on the Traditional Courts Bill has therefore been adopted by the House. The Secretary will read the 12th order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on Local Government on the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill B19D 2018 NCOP.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Honorable members, what is before us is that the House deal with the report of the Standing Committee on Local Government on the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill. This mandate has been sent to our delegation in the NCOP. Honourable members, I will now afford the opportunity for the respective parties to share their declaration with the House, not more than 3 minutes. I recognize the ANC. Honorable Dagmo.
Chairperson, I just want to check, given that I'm remote here, whether any of our other members would like to make a short declaration. Member Moran, possibly, but I know that we are very happy that we've been able to reach consensus on these very necessary amendments. And it's not often that a committee of this House agrees. And for that reason, in our declaration, we are happy to support the report as tabled.
Thank you, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition. Honorable members, the EFF, you have anything to say?
Sonlomo, we do support the bill. We are in a broad support of the amendment proposed in this bill, but we urge that it could have been utilized to usher in much more comprehensive changes to the structure and functioning of the local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boyka. Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. We support the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable Christians.
Speaker, the ACDP support the amendments of the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. The Honorable Marais from the FF Plus has just walked out. Honorable the Al-Jamar is not present. I recognize the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Municipal Structures Amendment Bill seeks to strengthen oversight and governance in local government. The bill regularizes existing practices such as municipal public accounts committees, and includes refinements and amendments to the electoral system. Many of the bill's themes touch on the division of roles between the executive and legislative arm of the municipality. This is a challenge in local government because the Constitution does not prescribe a separation of powers as is the case at provincial and national level. On the 5th of May 2020, the Standing Committee was briefed by the Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs and the Independent Electoral Commission on the various clauses that are to be amended. The bill was then put out for public participation. Due to the COVID restrictions at the time, comments were solicited from stakeholders and the public via newspaper advertisements, social media, and written communications to all mayors and Salga Western Cape. Written submissions were received, and for those who wish to make an in-person virtual submission were given the opportunity. That happened on the 28th of July 2020. A virtual engagement was held with those who wished to make such oral submissions. Briefings were done by the department, Salga Western Cape, Councillor Lethiba, who is the impact chairperson in the Garden Route District Municipality. So on the 15th of September 2020, the Standing Committee adopted its negotiating mandate report on the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill, with all its proposed amendments to be considered by the NCOP. And on the 3rd of November, the NCOP Select Committee on COCTA met and considered the proposals of the various provinces. Of the 9 provinces, only 5 submitted proposals. The most substantive proposals were made by the Western Cape. The Standing Committee met on the 13th of November 2020 to adopt the final mandate report on the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill, with the proposals that were accepted by the provinces. Although not all of our proposals were accepted, a number of them were. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the department who were at the forefront of initiating the many proposals that were accepted. Similarly, my appreciation also goes to Alderman Anton Kutsi, chairperson of Salga Western Cape, for his contribution towards the formulation of the proposals that were forwarded to the NCOP. To my colleagues on the committee, thank you for making this process uncomplicated. Never once did we have any major disagreements on the clauses that were considered. Last but not least, to our procedural officer, Sian Kutsi, who are a rock star. Thank you for your professionalism and competence in facilitating the smooth passage of the bill and for keeping me sane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable the Chair of the Standing Committee. I would have given you more time, Honorable America, but everyone says they are happy with you and the report that you've come up with. So that's good. Now let us proceed. Honorable members, the question put before us is that the report of the Standing Committee on local government, which is on the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill be ratified and adopted. We do have 33 members now in the House. We're still correct. Honorable members, are there any objections to the bill, to the report as proposed?
No.
No. Thank you.
Nope.
Thank you, honorable members. The report has been agreed to. Now, the report of the Standing Committee on Local Government, on the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill, has therefore been adopted. Honorable members, the Secretary will now read the 13th order of the day.
Oorweging van verslag van die gedragskomitee gedateerd 25 November 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, honorable members, I have been informed by the Chief Whip that the Programming Authority resolved that there would be no list of speakers and that political parties who wish to do so will now be afforded an opportunity to make a declaration of the vote for a maximum of 3 minutes. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration for those who wish to do so. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. The African National Congress, having considered, read, participated in the committee, is hereby in support of the Conduct Committee report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lecker. Honorable members, I recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Somlomo. With regards to the amendment of the Code of Conduct for members, the EFF would like to draw attention of the House to Section 30 of the Code of Conduct dealing with the composition of the Appeals Committee. Whilst we accept the inclusion of opposition members on that committee, it is our recommendation to the House that the number of opposition members in that committee must be increased by 2 more members. The total should be 7 members serving in that committee with the following breakdown: 3 members from the ruling party and 4 members from the different opposition parties in this House. We already have a conduct committee that is dominated by a member of the ruling party in the House. So for fairness sake and in the interest of a member who might feel aggrieved by the decision of that conduct committee, it would be fair to have an appeal committee that is composed differently, one which would judge fairly by looking beyond party lines. If the House does not accept this recommendation, then we run the risk of having a situation whereby an opposition member is brought before the conduct committee and then found guilty by a committee dominated by the opposition members. If such member is not happy with the decision of the committee, then it would be useless to even take the matter to the appeals committee, which will composed of the majority of the members from the same ruling party. So taking the matter forward will be redundant. So in the interest of the justice and fairness, there should be additional 2 members in the appeals committee who will be from different parties in the opposition. Somlomo will then not support this declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boja. Honorable members, I recognize the good party.
Thank you, Speaker. We support the amendments to the Code of Conduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP support the Conduct Committee's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I recognize, in the absence of the FF Plus and Al Jama, I recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the Conduct Committee, having been established in terms of the standing rules of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament and governed by the members of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament Code of Conduct Act 2002, Act 3 of 2002, requires the Conduct Committee to report to the House at least annually on its operations and the effectiveness of the code. Having been tabled and ATC'd, the Conduct Committee held meetings on the 15th of May 2020, the 14th of August 2020, and the 26th of October 2020. Speaker, during these meetings, the Registrar reported to the committee on the submission of disclosures of members' interest forms, as well as on the 2 requests received for access to the public part of the register. The committee also dealt with 1 breach of the Code of Conduct. Honourable Speaker, during these meetings throughout the year, the committee also undertook to review the efficacy of the Code of Conduct. Speaker, these proposed amendments to the Code of Conduct was ATC'd dated 1 December 2020. I would like to thank all members of the Conduct Committee, the Registrar and Ms. Simon for your assistance and collegiality to ensure that this very important committee fulfills its constitutional mandate without fear or favour. Honourable Speaker, I therefore table the report and amendments to the Code of Conduct for consideration and adoption by this House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mitchell. Honorable members, we still have 33 members present, and therefore we correct. The question put before the House is that the report of the Conrad Committee be adopted. Are there any objections to the report being adopted?
No. Yes. The EFF puts an objection.
Thank you, honorable members. The objection by the EFF has been noted. Therefore, the question has been approved. Honorable members, at this stage, as is the tradition in our parliamentary environment, especially in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, I will now afford the representatives of the political parties an opportunity to address the House on the occasion of the end of the House, of the end of the year, and of course, the end of the session. I wish to request the ANC to be the first to address us. I recognize the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC, Honorable Said.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. The year 2020 is not a year that any of us will easily forget. The ANC wants to thank everyone in the House, no matter what the political affiliation, for the cordial and collegial manner in which we have been conducting our business as a collective. As colleagues serving on committees, holding the executive to account, we really do get to know each other on our various oversight visits, and we learn the truth that we all hold dear, that each one of us loves our province and country dearly and wishes to improve the situation facing our people. We laugh at the Honorable former Premier Peter Marais' jokes, and we also appreciate his wisdom, and we honor him today. We mock each other across the floor, and we sometimes have loud shouting matches and points of order. But we do all of this in serving the people of the Western Cape and South Africa. When we differ robustly from the vantage points of our various political homes, we do so to ensure that the citizens of this province are served. We thank the members of the executive and our Premier Alan Winde for their cooperation and the efforts of their officials in enabling us to hold them accountable. We also wish to extend our thoughts and prayers to our colleague and my dear brother, Honorable Community MEC Albert Fritz, and wish him a speedy recovery. We thank our colleagues in the ruling party in this province. We also thank our fellow opposition parties, especially the EFF and GOOD, who keep us even on our toes. We appreciate the commitment of the ACDP, Al Jama and the Freedom Front Plus for taking up especially community issues facing the communities they represent. We thank you, Honorable Speaker, Masizoli Nkasela, your Deputy Speaker, Honorable Beverly Schaefer, the Secretary of the Legislature, Mr. Romeo Adams, and all of the staff for their hard work. The African National Congress will remain particularly focused on staff morale, not only because oversight will suffer if staff morale is low, but we see the huge efforts that the staff and their families make to ensure that we can conduct our work optimally. Despite this difficult year, our staff of the legislature have been simply fantastic. We thank the staff of our respective political parties and the South African Police Service for their service to our province and country here in this building. As we close 2020 and head into 2021, let us remember the people that we serve and the dire challenges most of them continue to face on a daily basis, which need our constant attention. We thank our people for consistently holding us also accountable in how we do our jobs. While spending some time resting with our families and loved ones, let us lead by example. Let us mask up, sanitize our hands, observe social distancing, act with absolute integrity, free from corruption, and be responsive to the calls for help from our communities. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you,
Here,
Honorable
here.
Said.
Yeah. Beautiful message, member side. Beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, you are allowed to clap now.
Like a
Thank you. Honorable members, I now recognize the EFF.
Greetings to the House. As EFF, we just want to thank everyone who has allowed us a space in Parliament to air out our views, even though some of them they were not in the line with what people wanted to hear from us. And hopefully in the next year, we will work in a clean slate and serving our people in the Western Cape province. I thank you, Speaker, and all wishes to all the members of the Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boja. Honorable members, I now recognize the Good Party.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's been a difficult year, and we hope that the people of the Western Cape will find some peace and rest as we enter the festive season. We hope that we'll be able to start the new year having made significant progress in overcoming this terrible virus, and that we'll be on the road to recovery in terms of our health, our loss of employment, our economy, our personal interests and freedoms. We wish our residents, our government, the Speaker and Deputy Speaker and members and our staff a safe and peaceful festive season, and we call on everyone to play by the COVID rules over the season and to stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I now recognize the ACDP.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of the ACDP, I would like to wish all honorable members and officials a blessed holiday season, creating a wonderful memories with your family and friends. May the peace and joy of Christmas be with you today and throughout the new year. Allow me just to read a portion of scripture out of the Bible, and that is 1 Chronicles 4, verse 10, and it reads as follows. Jabez cried out to the God of Israel, "Oh, that you will bless me and enlarge my territory. Let your hand be with me and keep me from harm so that I will be free of pain." And God granted his request. Speaker, my prayer today is that the request of Jabez, which God granted to him, will be granted to all of our honorable members and our officials. I just want to now release a blessing on all the members. Now, may the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Christians.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Ingosi Busisa now. I now request the FF Plus. It's not joined again. Okay. The Al-Jama is also not in. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I do want to echo the sentiments spoken here. It is indeed has been a very challenging year, 2020, and we continue to struggle as a country and as this province under this pandemic, COVID-19. And I would like to take the opportunity at this stage, colleagues, and really send heartfelt condolences to our friends, family members, and colleagues that we have lost during this period. And also take the opportunity to wish all those who are grappling with this pandemic a speedy recovery. Parliament is indeed a battle of ideas where all of us as representatives of the people of the Western Cape are on daily basis or regular basis discussing the ways to make their lives better. We shout at each other, we argue, but with the sole aim of improving the lives of the people of the Western Cape. And I really want to take the opportunity and thank all my colleagues in this House, the members of the official opposition, the ANC, the EFF, GOOD, Al-Jama, ACDP, and Freedom Front Plus. And we are, of course, opponents in this House, but out there we have a responsibility, to work together for the benefit of the people who elected us. As we wait the announcement by the President in anticipation, we have a responsibility as public representatives to lead by example during this festive season. As Honorable Member Said has said, that we've got to make sure that we stick to the regulations and guidelines as presented by the National Command Council and the Department of Health. We must make sure that we are the ambassadors that preach the message to wear our masks regularly, to sanitize, and to keep social distancing. And lastly, I want to urge all the colleagues that I do want to see you back here in one piece. Let us obey the rules of our roads. Let us drive safely, as we will be going to different destinations in this festive season. But as I said, we have a responsibility to make sure that those that we come in contact with are also safe by following these guidelines. And let us enjoy our festive season with our families. Once again, colleagues, drive safely. Let us come back here in one piece. And I am certainly looking forward to see you again in this parliament next year. And last but not least, to the heartbeat of this parliament, our staff members. We know that it hasn't been easy, particularly for them, and we can see what is happening across the country. We're expecting a massive demonstration from different unions. And I think we must continue to treat our staff members like queens and kings. And we really appreciate the support that you are giving us as this parliament. And I also want to wish you all the best during this festive season. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Matukizela. Very nice message.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable the LOGP. We thank you all, the honorable members. I think what has been said by all of you resembles the culture and the spirit within which we engage in this parliament. I would not have done justice if I don't thank the table staff, the secretary, the parliamentary team, all of them, from the SMT and every single staff member for the work that you've done to support this parliament and all of the work that we've done throughout lockdown. It's not been easy, but thank you very much for making it seem so effortless in the work in which you have done and the way in which you have served us. And also to the Honorable, the Deputy Speaker and the Office of the Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable members, at this stage, I can only wish that all of us, as political parties, as family members, as individuals, that were able to ask for the intervention from the Almighty God to guide us, to lead us, to help us find peace, security, and comfort for all our people in the province and the people of the world. May God bless you all. Thank you very much. The session is adjourned. Enjoy your holidays.